34. The origin of the temple of Abu Simbel, the Sphinx and the pillars of Memnon. But his companions said, "How could you have talked to the Lord, when you have not spoken one word with him?" The leader said, "Here, where he is present, everything goes forth from him, and we therefore have only to do with him, irrespective if we negotiate with his disciples." With this answer they were content and said nothing more. However, some said to the angel, "Listen, you wonder boy, wouldn't you also bring the quite interesting treasures of the 5 of us to here, which we keep hidden in our huts?" Said the angel, "Just pick them up from your feet under the table, and we shall see what it is." Here the 5 Moors look underneath the table, and to their biggest surprise, they see the only 2 well-known, considerable large bundles placed the same on the table, and another 4 considerable lumps of gold appeared, which together weigh over 100 pounds. However, in the 5th bundle, 7 rather large river stones appear, which Marcus, who was standing next to the angel, regarded as completely worthless. But the angel said, "Just wait. Soon you will discover that these 7 stones, earthly seen, have the greatest and incalculable value. Just bring a hard iron hammer, and we will examine them." Marcus hurries, since full of curiosity himself, to his workshop, and soon appears again with a hard iron hammer and hands it to the angel. He takes such a stone into his hand and hits it carefully several times, whereupon the whitish, silica-like crust comes loose, and a pearl the size of a human head appears, leaving everybody absolutely speechless. On the surface of this wonder pearl were hieroglyphics and other signs engraved. Amongst others, there was also a quite good drawing of the temple Abu Simbel during the building period, namely when the 4 gigantic figures, after 170 years' work, full of sweat and other sacrifices, were completed, and people still were working lively at the facades, and through sculpturing, engraving gigantic scriptures and other signs into the flat, large surfaces. And when, at the same time, they were starting to cut open the gate in the middle between the gigantic figures, who could decipher these signs and scriptures, which were clearly visible, had the origin of this temple in front of him, and also the reason why it was built by the ancient Egyptians, namely near the Nile River. This pearl, therefore, does not only have an incalculable value, as a giant among its kind, but also a historic value. At the same time, it also originates from a time period of the earth when it still took many thousands of years until the first human in flesh stepped onto this earth. At the earth's time, when such gigantic shell animals lived in the sea, huge waves of the world's sea were still covering the largest parts of the low-lying countries of Africa. The ancient Egyptians found the mother shell during the foundation digging of the first pyramids, and when they opened the mother shell, they found these 7 pearls in it, of which the angel has now freed one of them from its crust. Naturally, the angel now was stormed with questions, and he explained the circumstances as it was given here in all shortness. When Raphael finished the, of course, only superficial explanation of the first revealed pearl, he said, "What you need to know for the time being, I have briefly explained to you as clear as possible. Let us now move on to the exposure of the second pearl, which is somewhat smaller than the first." Here the angel took the second pearl and freed it in the same way from its crust as the first one. It also was full of signs and scriptures. On one of the smoothest surfaces, the little temple of Jabu Simbil was engraved, and next to it a head, similar to this of the great Sphinx. And the angel was again stormed to explain all these signs and inscriptions. And he, the angel, said, "Friends, without the full awakening of the Spirit in the soul, none of the currently living people will be able to interpret everything, what is written and drawn on this pearl. Although this pearl is as old as the first and largest pearl, it has only been engraved and inscripted 100 years later, namely during the time of the completion of the smaller rock temple, in which, however, the inner of the large temple was not fully completed. Therefore, the smaller temple is here presented as fully completed. The head presents the already 7th shepherd king of the time, who gave himself the name Shivins, wrongly Sphinx, the lively, the entrepreneur. He nearly reached the age of 300 years, and his head was colossally sculpted from a large granite rock, which still today is quite well preserved and visible. This Shivins introduced large improvements in the schools, as well as in cattle breeding and in agriculture. However, he also enjoyed from his people a nearly divine worshipping. The signs and scriptures indicate the very many good things and improvements which he introduced to this country with his extremely active spirit. He did not start to chisel the large temple, since this was done by 2 of his ancestors who were very much devoted to the invisible Spirit of God. Out of great respect he had them chiselled from rock in a colossal size, not far from the great temple, in a sitting position on a beautiful plain near the Nile, as an everlasting memory. And since the two had no name, and out of modesty did not want to carry a name, he gave them a name and called them the Nameless, Memeni Oni. That is badly translated in later times, Memnon, of which both picture columns are still quite well preserved and visible until this day. Said the leader, "Yes, yes, we have seen and admired all this. But how old would all these extraordinary things be?" Says the angel, "Near to 3,000 years, and the next 3,000 years will not completely eradicate their tracks. Just wait a little. We will now reveal the third pearl. On its surface, we will, next to the two ancestors of Chivins, already as statues, still see other major events engraved, which will make you think a lot." "35. The 7 giants and the sarcophaguses. Here, Raphael took the third pearl in his hand and freed it from its crust. When it was naked, Raphael drew the attention of the knowledge-thirsty and rather burning onlookers to the quite good engraved Memnon statues and said, "See, there they are already, the two nameless. But there above you can see, as in front of the nameless, 7 gigantic figures of clothed humans. And around them you see a lot of very small figures of people. What has the wise Chivins, who himself has drawn all of the pearls, wanted to express thereby? Listen. It is the same time, about 107 years before the first of the two nameless ancestors, when a large planet in deep space was destroyed into many pieces by the permission of the Lord. Many gigantic, large people lived on it. By the sudden, by nobody foreseen destruction, although it was often announced to these people, it happened that 7 of the mentioned earth people fell in Upper Egypt on several open places of the large country, and by their heavy fall caused a very strong earth tremor. This people reign lasted more than 10 days. This means from the first fall to the last. The inhabitants of this country had to endure a lot of fear and fright during that time, especially at night, They were frightened that one of the giants would fall onto them and terribly smash them. Therefore, they looked with fearing hearts continuously to the sky. If not another uninvited guest from the clouds would pay them an unwelcomed visit. For nearly 10 years, they had posted permanent guards to see if not another gruesome traveller would come from the air. But after 10 days, there was no one to see, and in time the souls of the people calmed down again, and they even dared to go to the large, completely dried out, gigantic corpses, which lay spread out up to 1/4 day travel from each other. The wise among those ancient Egyptians speculated quite correctly that it were giants from a large and faraway country who were punished by the Spirit of God, because they sinned against God, and God, in his just rage, had picked them up and thrown them here, to show the Egyptians that he does not spare even the mighty giants, if they acted against his will. In short, they finally started to burn these giants piece by piece. And after 50 years, not one sign could be found anywhere of them. However, what the Egyptians remembered about these gigantic human figures was this: that from these giants stuck in their memory, they went over to a colossal sense for everything, of which their first sculptures was more than a tangible proof. In the temple of Jabu Simbil, in each of the 3 divisions, 7 giants were illustrated as, so to speak, bearers of the roof, which means chiselled into stone, namely in the specific clothes in which the travellers from the air have arrived. And the Egyptians, who previously walked around almost completely naked, started to dress themselves in such manner, which is the reason that one until this day sees all the old leftovers dressed in this manner. Their mummies and sarcophagi are full of this kind of decorations. Asks the leader what it was that the old Egyptians in all reality meant under the sarcophagi, and why they had called the large and also smaller, very massive coffins like that. Said Raphael, "This you will hear right now, and very thoroughly. You know that it is in large parts of this country not that easy to just bury the corpses, since in the dry ground a body decomposes very slowly, and therefore cannot be destroyed by rotting. In the more moist nearness of the Nile, one also did not want to bury the dead, for the very wise reason not to pollute the water of the stream. To let lay the corpses on the surface or throw them to the wild animals for food? Especially the old Egyptians were too much human and respected even the corpses of their dead brothers too much than to cause them such disrespectfulness. However, what else could they do? See, they had a very clever idea. From stone, they chiselled, partly very large, and later also very small, coffins, in which there was comfortably space to the most 1, 2, or 3 corpses. Each coffin was provided with a relatively large and heavy lid. When in such coffin 1 or more corpses had been placed, after they had been rubbed properly with mumma, also mummy, equals earth resin, earth balsam, the lid was made glowing hot, and the coffin was then covered, so to speak, forever, with this glowing hot lid. By that process, the corpses completely dried out, and with very hot lids, sometimes even charred or completely burnt up to ash. However, in the bigger towns and societies, there were also general coffins, which were opened every 7 years. They were then again filled with corpses and completely covered, and on top of the lid a proper fire was made, whereby the corpses of course turned to ash. If such a coffin was full of ash, it was not opened any more, but was left standing as an honourable monument in memory of the temporariness of everything earthly. In time, vaults and pyramids were built around and above it, which is the reason why one still finds today in the vicinity of the pyramids many such coffins, in sometimes very narrow and sometimes very wide vaults. Ch34to, which means hidden chamber. These now clearly described the coffins which were then called sarcophagi, because according to the tongue of the ancient Egyptians, sarko means glowing, and vasha, means heavy lid. Therefore, you have your sarcophagi. But now, let us continue with the third pearl, and we will see what it will reveal to us. ch36. The constellations on the fourth pearl. Carefully, the angel picks it up with his hand and chips off the crust. Here, the leader asks the angel and says, "O Wonder Boy, you service finger of the Most Highest, do not be annoyed when I bother you with a question. See, with your otherwise miraculous power, I'm bothered by the hammer. Is it absolutely necessary? Or are you using it only to reveal yourself to us in a greater natural manner, so that we can observe and listen to you in a more fearless and calmer way?" Says the angel, "Not any of the two. I only do this to show you how to handle such stones when you come across similar events, to expose them should you again find any. Since especially in Upper and Middle Egypt, these encrusted stones occur in large numbers, namely widespread in the desert. Of course, there will only be few such pearls left among them. However, also the other stones are decorated with all kinds of signs, scriptures, and pictures, since the old Egyptians for a very long time did not yet have any paper to write on. Therefore, they used stone plates to initially engrave with bones and later with iron styluses all kinds of things they wanted to memorize. The very first recordings did, of course, indicated nothing else than the very simple events of their herds. But the later ones are containing, like these pearls, great and important events, not only for this large country and nation, but also for the whole earth. Since the Lord wanted it to be a very thorough preschool for His coming, which also is the reason why He sent His closely chosen nation, the Hebraites, to a long continuing school in Egypt. And Moses, the great prophet of the Lord, had at the horn of the Kahiro, in Theban, Thebai, also Thebes, equals house of fools, later of course a large, people-rich city, in Karnag, at Korak, and in the oldest cities like Memphis, Diathera equals place of Corvée, and at Elephantine, Elephanti, the descendants of the children of God, completed his school and was led by the Spirit of God to a highest inauguration only at an age of 57, when fleeing at Madan over the Suez from a cruel Pharaoh, from where you can read his later history in the Scriptures. In short, Egypt was destined by God to become a preschool, and the inhabitants of this oldest inhabited land of the earth were already from ancient times onwards gifted with a lot of wisdom and conducted trade with nearly all better nations on earth. You will now understand how and why, especially in this country, everything which can be found has very often a very deep-rooted meaning. And now to our exposed fourth pearl. There we see several illustrations of hunters with quivers, bows and arrows, and a large herd enclosed by lions. This signifies a great battle of the Egyptians with lions, which at that stage attacked in large numbers the fat herds of the Egyptians. And see, more to the right of this scene, you see the pastures already enclosed with walls, and on it are lying heads of bulls, with the horns pointing up, then down, and then sideways, all indicating that the herds, before the tremendous enclosure of the large pastures, were always in great danger and were completely defenseless. At each corner of the walls, you see a large dog, like ready for fighting, sometimes standing, sometimes lying down. The name which the old Egyptians gave to this watchful animal was Pas, also Pastia, guardian of the pasture. Here, still further to the right, you again see the shepherd king Shavins, Sphinx. At his side, a gigantic large dog, and in front of the dog, some pieces of the lion. Still to the right, however, a little higher up, we can see the same dog. Under it, the picture of the sun and the moon. What does this mean? Listen. Our Chivins, as a king of the shepherds, in fact, had one of the largest dogs, and in its presence no lion and no panther was sure of its life. For a long time, this dog protected the herds of Chivins. However, when the dog died of old age, Chivins determined, out of respect and as a memorial, to always symbolize this animal with a constellation in the southern sky. He gave the constellation the name the Great Dog, who loyally protected the king's herds for many years. That the king gave his dog a place among the stars is indicated by the sun and the moon underneath the belly of the dog. Everything under which sun and moon can be seen can be found symbolically among the stars as memorial of a great and important event. Nowadays, a very large and watchful dog is, especially in this country, where there are nearly no tearing animals, not of any special importance anymore. However, in ancient Egypt, where there were whole herds of tearing beasts, and in parts still exist, a large, strong, and courageous dog was an exceedingly great necessity, since firstly such a dog was the most loyal protector of the herds. His maintenance was very easy, since this large dog race-fed itself from the uncountably many earth mice, of which this country never had a shortage of. They also ate the large grasshoppers by the thousands per day. Only once per day did they receive some milk, which made that the dogs remained faithful to the herd. Together with the great dogs, also a species of smaller dogs were quite well accepted with the ancient Egyptians. Their name was malpas, small dog. These were the noisemakers. Poroshit means, according to the old tongue, sign or noisemaker. If something foreign came close to a house or herd, the small dogs started to bark. This made the large ones attentive, who then filled the area with their immense barking, bringing respect to the wild beasts, whereupon they began to retreat. Quite often the small dogs were also the guardians of chicken and the brood, for which they have been specifically trained for. All this was the invention of Chivins, who made these birds into useful domestic animals and showed the Egyptians how good tasting their meat and their grilled and cooked eggs were. In this way, he taught this already very large nation of this large country new types of food and new herds, whose roasts and eggs tasted only too well. Otherwise, there would not have been, during later times, a proper chicken war, which was even mentioned by the Greek historian Herodot in some mystic manner. Our Shivins, who attached the great dog to the skies, also gave the little dog a place among the stars, and gave it the name Poricion, Procyon. Close by, you find the old Kokla, hen. Later, this constellation received the name Peliada, also Peliadza, and under a false legend of the Greek, was given the name Cleiden by the Greek. Here, at the very top of the pearl, you can also see this quite well engraved, and you can recognize from this how intelligent our Shivins was. It was not his major aim to continuously recall to memory of his disciples his dogs and chickens by easily recognizable constellations, but rather to teach them the progress of time by the stars. It was also Shivins who at Dyathira set up the first zodiac, Sardias, for the workers. He was the first to invent it at the firmament and gave the constellations their names according to appearances and country events occurring at a particular time. As we will see it soon on the revealed fifth pearl. (37) Division of time on the fifth pearl. Raphael. Just pay attention. There is the fifth pearl. How such ancient relics should be handled and how they should be exposed, I already have shown you, and therefore I'm going to reveal the last three pearls by just using my willpower. And see, we already have the fifth pearl revealed in front of us. See here the zodiac of Dyathira before us, drawn on the pearl's most beautiful and largest surface. There is a colossal temple. 365 most massive columns are carrying an equally massive arch of reddish granite ashlars, constructed most artfully and exceedingly precisely to building practices, and very strongly. The highest point on the arch is 66 man-heights high. The whole arch has exactly 365 openings, which are built in precisely such a way that during a period of one constellation, under which the sun is present, the light falls precisely at the middle of the day onto the center point of a column standing vertically in the center of the temple. The light coming through the other openings was also falling onto the altar during the different times of the day, but did not pass through the center point, but 1 or more degrees sideways. This most meaningful constructed arch still exists today, although somewhat chewed by the tooth of time. and will still stand for a long time to come, and serve the astronomers as a guideline. You ask, to which actual use did the great Chevins build this arch with the greatest effort of the world? Before that, there was no defined timekeeping. The small change in shorter or longer days was hardly noticed. The moon was still the most reliable timekeeper. In Thyatira, as the town where the workers became sluggish due to punishment, it was necessary to have a certain timekeeping system during the day as well as night. And for that purpose, and for the sake of a more precise order, our Chevins made this arch, which, however, took him 10 years and 100,000 workers to complete. The arch was, of course, very wide, and for every 30 and 31 round openings, the symbol of one of the 12 constellation signs was painted onto it, above which, normally red painting, the constellation was faithfully painted in white on top. You can see here on the pearl the inner of the arch drawn clearly with fine lines, which then have been rubbed with a dark red colour. And you can now imagine what an awakened spirit our Chevins was, and what unlimited respect the nations of Egypt had for him. The result of this was as such that he only had to wave, and thousands of people started to stir with all energy, and the most extraordinary work was raised out of the earth. The most wise of the nation he made into teachers and priests, established everywhere schools for all kinds of subjects which were useful for the people's activities. The highest teaching of God, however, could only be achieved in Karnak, at Korak, and finally in secrecy through many and hard trials at Jabu Simbil. Here the old innkeeper Marcus asked the angel, interrupting his explanation, "Most dearest friend, while you are at it revealing your pearls, couldn't you also explain to us the strange circumstances about the Sphinx, which as half woman and as half animal gave on life and death to the people the famous riddle, namely, what animal was it which walks in the morning on all four, at midday on 2, and in the evening on 3 feet? Who couldn't solve the riddle was killed by the riddle Sphinx. However, who was able to solve it was allowed to kill the Sphinx." Is anything about this a fact or not? "38. The pyramids, the obelisks, and the Sphinx. Said Raphael, "Look here. This sixth pearl will answer your question. Here we have it exposed. What do you see at first sight?" Says Marcus, "There I see again the colossal image of Chivins and some pyramids. In front of the largest are standing two upside-down cone-shaped columns called obelisks, and towards the side of the Great Pyramid, in reality perhaps a few hundred steps away, what one cannot determine precisely from the picture, there again a quite considerable colossal statue is visible. It has the head of a woman, female hands, and a strong female chest. Where the chest ends at the point of the stomach, a recognizable animal body begins. Behind this strange statue is a far-stretched circular wall, enclosing a vast pasture. It appears to form a whole and unified something. What does this mean? Says Raphael, "The colossal chest picture is the very Chivins which the people, to honour the great, build out of their own initiative by the best chisellers and builders, and also to their very own cost. The Great Pyramid with the two obelisks was a man, recognize yourself school. The inner had large chambers and long-running passageways in all directions, in which all kinds of odd facilities were present for the self-recognition, and from that, the recognition of the Most High Spirit of God. Sometimes the facilities looked quite gruesome, but they rarely missed their objective. The other pyramids are mainly only signs of those underground places where there were many sarcophagi, which have been permanently closed off, as was already explained earlier. During current times, however, there still exist many pyramids and all kind of temples along the exceedingly long Nile Valley, which very much later were built during the times of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob by the pharaohs. These are not referred here, only those which were built under Chivins. Pyramidae was the actual ancient name and means, "Give me wisdom." And the two upside-down cones by the name Ubeliska mean, "The pure searches for the elated, beautiful, pure." Bello means actually white. But because the completely white colour meant for the old Egyptians pure, elated, and beautiful, it was also used to indicate the elated, pure, and beautiful. The good effect of such schools soon became known all over, and soon foreigners came to visit such schools, and there were so many that they could not be accommodated and supplied. Because of that, our Chivins thought out some means whereby the foreigners could be kept away, so that they did not visit too often the schools established by him. But what was his means? Here, on this pearl, you see the half-person and half-animal statue. It was hollow, and inside, a person could, by a spiral staircase, get into its head and speak through its downward-directed funnel-shaped mouth, loud and clearly. And because of the strong voice, it had the appearance as if, in all seriousness, the colossal statue could talk. If now the foreigners came there to be accepted to the school, they were directed by a servant of the statue to stand at a certain place in front of the statue, which was dead on the outside, but alive on the inside, namely one by one. There, everyone who wanted to become a disciple of the pyramids received a puzzling question on life and death from Chivins. If the ask has solved the riddle, he was accepted, and with admission he was also allowed to ask the statue a counter-question. And in case where the statue could not give him a satisfying answer, he was allowed to destroy it and, so to speak, murder it. The question, however, was given to the clients 3 days before to think about. On the third day, however, when they received the same question out of the mouth of the statue on life and death, surely nobody dared to, but retreated in all humility, paid the required pre-question fee, and travelled to his quite often very far fatherland. Falling into a later time period, a myth said that a Greek was successful to solve the old riddle. With 100,000 others, this is a fable, and is without any truth. Since the famous riddle was solved by Moses, however, who did not destroy the statue, since also this statue, although somewhat chewed up by the tooth of time, can still be seen today. Of course, the inner structure cannot be found anymore, since it is entirely full of sand and mud. Since the Nile severely floods its banks normally every 100, sometimes also 200 years. So that in the narrow valley areas, the waves are driven more than 30 L. 1 L equals 1.143 meters, the translator, above the normal water level. Thereby, a lot is laid to waste and made useless, since a huge amount of gravel, sand and mud is deposited on top of the earlier, most beautiful pastures. After the time of Chivins, there were 2 Nile floods, where the waves went high above the peaks of the pyramids. Such a flood also took place, counted from now on, 870 years ago, whereby the temple of Jabu Simbil was nearly halfway sanded and silted up. And since that time, it was not possible any more to clean it and other memorials from all the sand and mud. And it is the same with our puzzling statue. On the inside, it is full of hardened mud and sand, who nobody can remove any more. So, my dear Marcus, this is the truth about the puzzling Sphinx. Are you now in the clear about it? Said Marcus, during the course of 2,000 years, did no one have the courage to let the Sphinx present him the known riddle at the risk of his life? And if he would have done it, What would happen to him if he, quite understandable, could not solve the riddle? Said Raphael, "At the spot where the ask was standing, there was a pit installed, by which he quickly would sink into the ground, and once at the bottom, a few servants would have taken him to the school by underground passageways because of his bravery. Although he did not solve the riddle correctly, from which he could not get away earlier, other than becoming a perfect person. However, it never came to it. And at the times when the riddle was solved, this ancient facility was to such an extent silted and sanded up that it became completely useless. And the first shepherd kings and their people were long since defeated by a Phoenician nation to such an extent that the pharaohs, even at the times of Abraham, were already Phoenicians. Now you also know about this in short, and we now move over to reveal the seventh and last pearl. "39. The constellations of the seventh pearl. Decline of the Egyptian civilization. Raphael. See, there it is. What do you see on it? You see something, but you don't know what it is. On this very beautiful pearl, all the constellations have been drawn and rubbed with a brown-red colour, and under the crust it stayed preserved until this hour. We do not learn too much from this pearl which is significant, but we still derive from it that our Chavins knew the stars on the firmament quite well, and that he for sure was the first one who arranged the constellations into a certain system. And as he named the zodiac, they are still called the same name today. Before his reign, it looked quite meagre with the old Egyptians regarding making drawings and the subsequent writing, as well as the right recognition of oneself, and even more meagre regarding the recognition of God. However, our Chavins has, with a lot of inexpressibly troubles, brought order into all this, and made from the former wild nomadic tribe one of the most educated and wisest nations of the whole earth. What of course produced a lot of envious people in time. Since the foreigners were soon greatly pleased by such extraordinary land and people's culture, everything what they saw appeared heavenly wondrous to them, so that once getting there, they could not separate from it any more. The more they started to travel there, the more they started to settle there. And in this way, the first subjugation of the ancient people and their rulers occurred mainly in quite a peaceful manner. The descendants of Chavins became increasingly soft and spoiled people, lived luxuriously, depended on the fame of their forefathers, and neglected to a large degree the business of governance. The result of this was that soon the immigrants, who were hardened people, were easily elected by the natives as leaders and placed in ruling positions, and all this without the sword. To some extent, this was quite good and right. But the ancient natives did not won to by this changeover. Since the foreign guardians, Varion, badly translated pharaohs, formed only too soon an armed force and became true tyrants and people dominators, only a few people got access to the schools. And what still has been taught there was a far cry from earlier teachings, which also was the reason why soon from the former purest truth, the most absurd idolisms connected to the thickest darkness developed, behind which the ancient culture of this country, even for great wise men, was hardly visible anymore. It is therefore that these 7 pearls are of such incalculable great value, because they originate from a time when Egypt was standing on top of its highest spiritual development, and they therefore cannot be kept well enough. Ask one of the Moors at which opportunity these pearls have ended up in the sand of the Nile and were lost in the sand of the stream. Says Raphael, I already have told you how the Nile at certain times grows to a true deluge. About 567 years after Chevin's, our Nile rose to a puzzling height. In narrow places, it rose to over 160 L. 1 L equals 1.143 meters, above its normal water level. All cities lying in valley bottoms were entirely overflooded for 5 weeks. And at that opportunity, the pearls, including the houses where they have been kept, were swept away by the force of the waves and were covered by sand and mud, just as the blocks from which the buildings were constructed. During the nearly 3,000 years of being buried, the crust had built up around them, as you have found them, and from which I have freed them, initially in quite a natural and later in a wondrous manner possible to me. Now, you also know this, and have in this 7 pearls 7 books, which can give now and for all times a quite complete teaching about the country, which is partly also inhabited by you. Therefore, keep them safe, since each of these pearls is worth a lot more than a large kingdom. For the time being, Ubratuvisha, as the most wise among you, should hold them in safekeeping. And if at one stage he will leave this world, he should decide who is worthy to safeguard this incalculable treasure. Woe, an unworthy person who wanted to seize them because of avarice. I, as a messenger and will executor of him who sits there, believe to have done enough wondrous things to enliven your belief. If this is not enough for you, anything further would also not be enough. Do you now believe that the one sitting over there is He, for whom the great Shivins and his two ancestors has built the large rock temple at Jabusimbil? Say all, yes, 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 you wondrous, powerful messenger of the Lord. We hereby confirm it from the deepest grounds of our lives. With that, the angel left them, and Cyrenius asked me if these actually rather pure historic facts of Egypt are also forming a necessity regarding the gospel out of my mouth. And I said to him, one of the biggest, because after a few centuries, all kinds of researchers will rise and search this land in all detail, and they will find many things which were mentioned by the mouth of Raphael. This will confuse them a great deal, just as it also would severely confuse you, and already your closest descendants. But this fully true revelation will clear up for you everything in this regard. In later times, however, I will again awaken men who will again reveal to the people the searching and studying these old riddles. But now, we ourselves want to go over to them and give them the true gospel from the heavens. We rose and went to the Moors who waited for us. "40. Different morals. Finally, when the beautiful morning sun took on its natural light again, we rose from our table and quickly went to the Moors. When I arrived, they all got up from their long table and bowed in deep reverence, with their hands laid across their chest. And the leader said with a good Galilean Hebrew tongue, 'Lord, Lord, Lord! Now there is not a single non-believer among us any more. Every word out of your holiest mouth will be for us a never-estimable great mercy of your most truly friendliness and charitableness for all times of times. Yes, even for eternity. If you, everlasting holiest, regard us blacks as worthy for a closer teaching about our duties, and then also about your being, make us happy with only a few words out of your mouth, and we will thereby, for all times of times, also in our latest descendants, feel exceedingly happy to have seen and spoken to you as the Creator and Lord of all the physical and spiritual worlds. This shining light, which I have seen in my visions as an everlasting life splendor around your holy being, is now visible in your great love friendliness, and in your wisdom, which does not have its equal in the whole of eternity. We are now willing lambs, even when covered with black wool. But just like the black colour absorbs more light and warmth than the white, why we also wear white clothes, to keep away from us the abundance of light and warmth. I also believe that we blacks will also absorb the holy light of your spirit deeper and more intense in our souls than many whose flesh is covered by a white skin. But their souls reject the Spirit more than our white clothes, the natural light and its warmth, as we have seen many such examples in Memphis, which the governor called moving life shadows. They live like dayflies that are created by the morning and are killed again by the evening. We also do not have nothing with which we could boast before you, O Lord. However, this we know, that we are not more than just people, and that we are all works of one and the same Creator, and therefore could never think that one has more than the other, as if he, in all seriousness, could be a ruling half-god, as we have seen among the whites, where someone imagines himself a lord, and all the others must bow before him to the earth. And those who did not do this were immediately punished with rods. Lord, we did not like this behavior of the whites at all, and this kind of punishment shows very little wisdom. We never hit our children, also no animal. But we have patience and endurance, and we exercise our children continuously in everything which we have recognized as good, true, and necessary. When our children then grow up and become strong and sensible, we do not treat them as our slaves anymore, but as our completely equal brothers and people, who, just as we as their parents, emerged from the hand of God with all rights of life. And still, our children love us very much, and never did any son or any daughter sin against the father or mother. Among the whites, we saw the children creeping out of fear and whine like dogs before the austere faces of their parents. One could think that in this manner angels could have been brought up. However, when at times such children are out of sight of the parents, they were like exchanged and could easily be regarded as disciples of the devil, whose evil presence in the bad abysses of the earth were told to us by the governor in Memphis. For such punishing upbringing, we forever say no thank you. (41) Development of the mind. Ubertuvisha. With us, true upbringing consists therein that we firstly improve the souls of our children as much as possible. Once the soul is in order, then the mind gets the education which we possess ourselves. But the whites begin to educate their children's mind as soon as they start to babble, and think that once the child has a perfectly educated mind, it will also look after the soul. Oh Lord, how silly the many whites are in this regard, that they cannot see that a pre-educated mind is always a murderer of the soul, since the pure mind makes the child arrogant and haughty. However, where arrogance, self-conceit, and haughtiness has taken ownership of the soul, it is a daunting task for anyone to change it again. And he soon will learn that an old, crooked-grown tree can never be made straight again. With us there are no courts, no courthouses, and no prisons, and no dungeons, but also no other laws than those which are prescribed by a properly formed soul to man. Therefore with us there exists no sin known to us, and no crime by any name, and therefore also no punishment. Since the way every one of us thinks for himself, exactly equally and even better, he thinks for his fellow man. With the white mind people, we have found exactly the opposite. Nearly all are holding everything to themselves and regarding their fellow men only as much as they are in any way useful to their own selfishness. If the selfish decides that the one or other fellow man can or will not be of any use to him, then every animal is more important to him than such a fellow man. With us, however, one values a person first as a person. Should a fellow man be of no use to me, I still can be of use to him. And in this way it cancels each other. I also have a servant, but I never have forced him in whatever manner to serve me. It is his completely own free will. We serve each other certainly more than the whites have ever served each other for the wretched duty remuneration. However, no person's will is made a slave of somebody else by any external means, but what he is doing, he does freely and completely unforced. We therefore do not have any palaces and large dwellings built from bricks, but very simple huts, absolutely identical in appearance. Who does not yet have a hut, and can also not be accommodated in another hut, does not have to build himself a new hut with his own strength and own means, or does not have to go to another society to beg. But we, voluntarily, out of love and respect for him, being an identical human as we are, will build him an identical hut as our own. And so there exists peace and unity in always the same measure between us. This our house order is for the whites, as we have got to know them, completely foreign, and some have blatantly said it to our faces, that this was an all-culture opposing foolishness. But how is it then that all animals, and even the elements, are obeying our unified will, while the whites, with all their mind culture, could not dare to approach a herd of lions? Woe the most hardened fighter with a sword. He should just try it. Already one lion will show him that the lion is his master and not vice versa. We, however, can walk among lions and panthers as among our camels, cattle and sheep and goats, and do not know one case where such a beast has ever attacked a human. Also, not our herds, since they are getting their meat only then when animals of our quite large herds have died of old age. For that, each society has a certain place a considerable distance away, where they take daily one or more dead animals, where immediately the sharp-toothed food-eaters come and consume the dead animals with skin and hair and bones. Since nobody of us eat meat, except this of the fish and chicken, as long as they are young and soft, the old are also left for the wild animals as food. What can do a white person with all his mind education if he has fallen into the water? He goes under and drowns. We, however, as it pleases us, can walk on the surface of the water just like on any dry land. Only if someone wants it, he can also dive beneath the water, but it costs him always quite a lot of trouble and effort. All snakes which are poisonous flee our presence. Mice and grasshoppers we only got to know in Egypt. Evil ants are shying away from us, and our chickens and vultures and eagles are feeding themselves with the flesh of dead lions, panthers and foxes. And as such, it appears that with us blacks, there still exists the order, as it existed and had to exist among people, irrespective of their colour of skin, according to the will of the Creator, from the primordial beginning. Since if the first human pair was placed on this earth with the present bad order of the current white-skinned people, I would like to know how they could have protected themselves against the attack of all kind of wild and tearing animals. Since before the first human pair set foot on this earth, there were swarms of all kinds of tearing and fierce animals, as was shown to us very clearly by the wise governor in Memphis. If the first human pair, according to the teaching of the governor, would be as weak in all its life elements as the white-skinned people of today, how many times would they have been torn and eaten by the many herds of the wildest beasts? They had to come to this earth from the air, like the exceedingly strong giants before Chivins was coming to Egypt, and had to be dressed in massive iron clothes and armed with the sharpest weapons, if they wanted to stand up against these beasts with their natural strength. And even then, they still would have a lot to do to successfully combat the enormous monsters. However, if the ancient people of this earth had similar inner life elements as we are now, they of course would not need any weapons, and were masters and rulers of all animal, plant, and element world with their soul powers. I therefore think, because we are like this, your words of life directed towards us will take deep roots in our lives. And if you, O Lord, give us any laws or rules to live, we surely will live very strictly accordingly, since this we know how to do. to keep an order which we have recognized as good and true, like perhaps only very seldom any white person. Since we have the extraordinary luck to be with you, O Lord, you everlasting, you creator of all spirit and material worlds, which must be a miracle of all miracles to even your greatest angels. We ask you through my mouth, one heart, and in all complete unified mind, to add to all the wondrous things we have seen in this shortest of time, also this miracle, that you will speak to us a few words. ch42. About the uncontaminated primary conditions of man. I said, not only a few, but many words I will direct to you. I will not give you any new laws, but only reaffirm the old ones, which I myself have since the beginning of your being, engraved into your hearts with an indestructible writing. I actually and mainly came into this world to lead mankind who completely degenerated from all of my original order, by teachings, examples, and deeds, back to this primordial state, in which the first people, as true masters of all other creatures, were. These people with a white skin, therefore, need my teaching and my deeds very much, so that they can recognize who is He who teaches them and what He wants. However, you still live in this marvelous primordial state. Your life school begins with the right means at the right place. You start to teach the people initially as people there where they have to be taught first and foremost. And in future, the whites should do likewise. Since now I show them the way how to do it. But it will still take a lot of troubles, teachings and deeds and time, until these whites will get there where you are now. They are the stray, the wrong, and the lost ones, who must be rehabilitated again. They are the sick, and therefore need the doctor who can cure them. I also could have come to you, since you are now incomparably better than the whites. But you never needed my presence. However, now I need your presence, here as witness of my primordial order, and therefore I guided you by my will, and finally urged you to come here, so that these whites can see what man is and should be in his primordial state. Therefore, you will now perform in front of these people a few examples of your still real primordial humanship, to teach these your many blind and still very wrong brothers. There are some among them who are quite near to perfection, but no one of them is as a human, as far as the least of you. Will you, out of love to me, do this? Says Ubertuvishar, O Lord, whose love, goodness, and mercy already fills those spaces of infinity, in which you, only after passing eternities, new creations, will praise your most holy name in deepest humility. What is it that we do not want it to do with the greatest submission to your holy will? Everything, everything. O Lord, only give us instructions. I said, Now then, show us first your primordial magnificence over the element of the water, and walk on its surface as on dry, steady ground. And also show us your great agility on the moist field. Immediately the leader calls upon his 60 in numbers soot-black companions and asks me if this would be enough. I affirmed this, and the 60 of both genders went to the sea and kept on walking on its surface like on dry land before. Finally, they demonstrated some speed exercises and shot around the quite calm surface with such speed that no swallow, even in its quickest diving flight, would have caught up with them. Within a few moments, they were so far away from us that we could not see them any more, and within a few moments arrived back very near at the shoreline with a hurricane-like noise. ch34to3. The power of the Moors over water. I said, only a few things more, which you know of. For example, what you do on water during a flaming hot wind flow, and how you catch fish. The leader returns quickly to the 60 and tells them my wish, and suddenly all fall on their faces, respectively onto the water, and lie for a few moments like dry wood on it. Soon they become very restless and begin, stretched out, to spin exceedingly fast around their own axis. The Lord. They do this to always keep wet on all body parts, not to be burned or being burnt to ashes by the glowing hot Camp-Sim. To where should I flee? Since the Camp-Sim, also Cambishim, to where do I flee now, is by far the hottest wind in the desert of Nubia and Abyssinia. The salmon, for pitch, equals the wind melting earth pitch, is by far not that hot as the Camp-Sim. Even less hot is the Giroku, the southeasterly wind blowing over the pastures. Since the wind coming over the great pastures, Giri, lying precisely in that direction in relation to Memphis, were already named like this from the most ancient times. However, Both winds were so hot, except the camp sim, that the people retreated to the moist caves. What they are doing now, they do only during the camp sim. And if it continues for long and increases in intensity, only then they begin to dive beneath the water, as they are showing it to us now. However, they can never stay under the water for too long, since their strong inner and outer life sphere make their body's specific gravity lighter than this of the water. They now sit on the water, and in this position, they will show us how they catch their fish. See, by the strong power of their will, they drive the fish from far away towards them. They then take them by hand out of the water and place them according to their need into the opened-up pinafore dress, which they always carry around their loins, and drive in a seated position quickly to us on shore. Their sails and oars consist only in their will. As soon as they want to make a quick movement on the water, they want it with their undoubted belief steadiness, and everything happens as they want it to happen. See, they now have finished fishing and will drive in their seated position over the surface of the water and will arrive with the speed of an arrow here on shore. See, they now are departing and arrive already here on shore. They quickly stand up and carry their catch here to us. Marcus, tell your sons to immediately take care of the many and very noble fish in water, otherwise they will go bad. When the blacks come to us with their aprons full of living fish, Marcus himself leads them to a fish container where they unload their fish, a few hundred in number. After that, they again quickly return to me. And the leader immediately addresses the whites with the following words and says, "This, white brothers, what we have done just now, appears to you totally foreign and as never seen before? However, with us very simple people of nature, all this, what we have performed on the water before you just now, is something very natural to us, like with you to see, to hear, to smell, and to feel. The soul-hardened and wrong-acting person will also become a much heavier body, and is like a stone which does not float on water, because it is heavier than water. But we are like wood, whose inner life spirits are already much freer than those of a stone, which are still under severe judgment. Pay attention. Let a soul person come here, who should, however, not have felt any haughtiness and no power-hungry self-love in his chest. He should go into the water, and I guarantee that he will not sink. Place next to him a power-addicted and very self-loving person on the volatile element, and he will sink as a stone. He had to be very fat, which, however, is rarely the case with very self-loving people. Then the fat would keep him at least up to 2/3 of his body afloat above the water. This means if he is really fat. However, in his normal state of flesh, he sinks like a stone. With us, the water is regarded as a good test for the inner honesty of a person. If the water does not carry a person properly, his soul most likely has suffered some damage. and the element will not be friendly to him and provide him the necessary service. As we have moved with the most evident casualness on the water, and also have shown that the animals in the water are subject to our will since the beginning of our being, the same was the case with the primordial people. For them, streams, lakes, and even the sea were no obstacles to walk across the whole world. They did not need any ships nor any bridges. However, you are often devoured by the water completely, including your ships and bridges, and not one water mosquito obeys your will. How far you thus away from the genuine mankind? You must have all kinds of weapons to make the enemy escape. We never have used them. Until today, we did not have any other tools than a cutting tool made from bones, what we use to prepare our huts and clothes in a quite laborious way. But despite this, we never had to walk around naked, and our troubles have never become punishing to us. If we take the necessary tools from you with us, we will use them with an increased neighbourly love. But they will never serve us as weapons. Thereof you can be completely rest assured. But now you can make a test on the water and show to us how life-competent you already are. This type of language made the Romans feel, deep down, a little offended. But they kept it, as one might say, quite willingly under the lid. ch34. The power of the Moors over animals. The leader, however, asked me whether there was anything else unusual which they should demonstrate to the whites. I said, "Yes, my dear old friends. See up there, about 5,000 steps towards midday, at the lake, you see a hill which drops off very steep towards the lake. It is covered with very poisonous snakes and adders, and you can chase these beasts away for me. All of us will accompany you to there." Said the leader, "Lord, you Almighty, if it concerns only the expulsion, it only costs you a thought, and the hill is free from all vermin for all times of times. But if it here also concerns an example, which power is hidden in primordial mankind, we do this like everything else, according to your highest holy will." I said, "It is self-evident that I ask you for it for the sake of an example. Therefore, let's go." We started to go and moved quickly over to the described hill and reached it after half an hour. When arriving there, the quite stretched out hill was alive because of all the snakes and adders. A hissing and nearly intolerable whistling started, so that one hardly could understand one's own word. All those many thousand beasts hurried into the sea and swam with the speed of an arrow over the widely spread waves of the water. And within a few moments the hill was clean. The leader came to me and said, "Lord, all the snakes and adders, from the oldest to the most recently hatching the eggs, are gone. However, there are still as many stuck in the eggs. Who will remove them from the many holes and nests? Because if they are not removed, within 6 months this hill will be covered again like it was until now. Who will clean the hill then?" I said, "Do you have no means to also destroy these?" Says the leader, "Except for the ichneumon, does not have any poison. We do not know any other means." One had to heat up the whole hill for some time. Thereby the destruction of the nests and eggs would be possible along natural means. Since to stay here, to suffocate the beasts by our permanent outer life circle, we cannot do. I said, "Let it be. You already have performed your miracles, and I do not ask more from you. I will take care of it. Since this hill is freed from its evil inhabitants, we will climb it, and you will give us some more examples of your human abilities." Thereupon we climbed the hill, where there was room for at least 2,000 people on its top. When we reached the top, about 1,000 feet above the surface of the water, long rows of cranes moved through the air. And I said to the leader, "Friend, are these birds also still submissive to you?" Said the leader, "These are foreign, never-seen species. However, I do not doubt it for one moment that also they feel our will and will direct themselves accordingly." Here, the leader looked at his companions and said, "Be with me, so that we can fulfill the will of the Lord." As soon as the leader had spoken these words, the cranes began to descend, and were within a few moments on the hill among the blacks. But they avoided the whites. Shortly afterwards, the leader indicated to the cranes to continue their flight, and they flew away. And again, a couple of vultures of enormous size were flying high up in the air, and started to circle above our heads. And the leader said to the whites, "Call them down, the circling pair." Said Cyrenius to the leader, "But why this a little haughty-looking request to us? Since you know it anyway, that we spoiled people are not able to perform such primordial human deeds. Just fulfill the will of the Lord. For everything else the Lord will take care, and according to his teaching also we, as far as possible." Says the leader, "You think that I have put the request to you whites for enticing the two floating vultures above us from a kind of self-rise feeling? Oh, about such opinion of me, you are quite wrong. I put the request to you, my white brothers, to life deeply remind you about your great wrongness, for which you of course are finally little or not to blame at all. But nevertheless, It cannot do you any harm. How should we be able to boast about our natural properties? Or do you boast about your vision or hearing? Since if we could be proud about our, to you, appearing wondrous properties, we long ago would not possess them any more. However, since this is something impossible for us, we still possess our, to you, wondrous appearing properties, of which you whites will soon get new proof of. Come down, you two inhabitants of the air. When the leader finished speaking quite loudly, the two mighty vultures shot down like arrows and sat with all gentleness and visible friendliness, as if properly trained by an animal tamer, on the right hand of the leader. In this moment, a magpie flew by, and the leader instructed one of the vultures to catch it unharmed and bring it to him. Like an arrow, the gigantic vulture shot after the quickly fluttering magpie and brought it within a few moments back to the leader without flying away. The vulture was holding the shouting magpie firmly in its claws, however, without harming it, and only let go of it when the leader got hold of it. Thereupon he stroked the two vultures and let them go again, whereupon the two large birds of prey quickly rose high into the air and were on the lookout for a fat prey for them. The magpie, however, the black gave to Cyrenius as remembrance to this deed, which appeared rather wonderfully to the upper governor and all the other Romans and Jews. Cyrenius handed the magpie to his two daughters, who were also present, for carefully looking after it, and said to me, "But Lord, this is absolutely miraculous, what these blacks are capable of. If in all secrecy your will was not playing a little role in all this?" Said I said it to you before, that I will let them act completely on their own. Why do you doubt this now? Oh, just be patient. I will let them do a few other things, which will make you feel quite dizzy. "45. The power of the Moors over the plants and the elements. Thereupon I again called Ubertuvashir and said to him, "Show us now how much you are familiar with the power of the air, since in the beginning it was given to man, in his purity, to rule also the spirits of the air, so that they are serviceable too in all circumstances, if he would need their services. Show us thus to what degree you are still equipped with this primordial life ability." Immediately the leader calls 10 of his most competent companions and instructed them to form a circle around him, with each one's right foot covering the left of his neighbour, and stretch their hands towards him. This took place straight away, and our leader began to turn around, left the ground, floated now completely in the air, namely by a good man-length high above the earth. In this position he asked me if he should swing even higher, or if this was sufficient as a testimony. And I said, "This is sufficient, therefore come back." Immediately, the 10 left the circle, and the leader was quickly back on earth again, bowed deeply before me, and asked me if he should produce some more. And I said, "How do you uproot trees and move large rock masses?" Said the leader, "Lord, our country has a significant shortage of strong and big trees. Only the higher mountains have the pleasure to have them. On the high-lying pastures which the Camp Sim cannot reach, where our herds are grazing, here and there we find an old Bahahania tree, which normally serves the apes as a dwelling. Here and there one also finds a cypress and myrrh, wild dates and buck and chicken bread. This is already the whole tree vegetation of our country. In the plains and in the wind-shadow corners of our country, only the noble dates, the fig, the Uranisa, orange, and the Semenza, seminal apples or pomegranate, and several significant shrubs are growing, which supply us with the building materials for our huts. To uproot them requires truly no extraordinary power. However, on the stronger trees we have not yet tried our strength, although we have no doubt that also they, just like the heaviest and largest rocks, must obey our will. Here on this mountain is standing an immense tree, of which we of course cannot know its name, and also about its other properties. However, we can try if it is possible to uproot it by our will or not. Says the old Marcus, "Now, most obedient servant of all lords of the world, this is at least a 500-year-old cedar. 7 men are nearly not enough to enclose it, and 4 very strong and seasoned loggers will hardly have chopped this cedar down within 2 days. And now 6 men and 7 women want to go there and want to uproot this tree without mattock or axe? Now, this story, if not secretly supported by the almighty will of the Lord, will surely become a little rare." I said, "Just be patient, my old warrior. Also this time I will stay with my will completely at home, and still, within a short time, the tree will be lifted from the earth with all its roots." While speaking to Marcus, the blacks very gently put their hands on the trunk, namely in such a way that the right hand of one more always covers the left of its neighbour. They remained absolutely quiet for about half of a quarter of an hour, in such a position next to the tree. After this time, the tree initially began very slowly to turn, and a tremendous cracking sound could be heard. Then all present started to be amazed in the highest degree, and nobody understood, to only partially decipher this phenomenon. When the tree now, including the 13 very slightly clasping it, began to turn more and more, one could see that it, together with the earth lump and the clasping Moors, were already freely turning in the air. Then some, especially the women, started to scream, since they thought that the falling tree will squash a few Moors. However, I said to the timorous, "Do not fear. The tree will be laid down very gently, and nobody will be harmed by its fall." With that, all were at ease, and in the same moment the clasping Moors let go of the tree, and very suddenly jumped from the mountain and came to us. In the same moment, the tree started to sway back and forth, finally inclined towards its natural point of gravity, and after a few moments, very softly lay down on the ground. When the tree was uprooted in this way, I also showed the Moors a rock, whose weight was at least 5,000 centner. 1 centner equals 50 kilograms. And said to the leader, "Lift also this rock and place it in the same hole which originated by the lifting of the tree." Quickly, the same Moors went to the rock and clasped it in the same manner as earlier the tree. Even sooner than the tree, the rock floated in the air. Because of its larger size, it was of course clasped by quite some more of the Moors. But it was clear to everybody that 1,000 of the strongest people would still by far not be enough to master the weight of this rock. In about a very small half-quarter of an hour, the rock was standing firmly in the hole, and the Moors came back to us, and the leader asked me if there was something else to do. However, I pretended as if thinking about something, which the leader immediately noticed, and he said to me, "Oh, there will again something immense be forthcoming, since you are holding counsel with yourself." Because we were of the opinion that for a God already from eternity, everything is exceedingly clear what he wants to do. I said, "Oh yes, this is so. But I only granted you some rest. Since this, what you still have to do for me, is always your most unfavourable task, and you needed for the 2 tasks which demanded a lot from your external outer life sphere, a little rest. You have now rested, and now you have to show how you prepare a fire, and how you are also masters of its element. Go and make fire, and thereupon demonstrate that you are its master." Straight away, all Moors present formed a semicircle around a large, but for quite some time already very dry bush, and stretched their hands and fingers ray-like towards the bush. Within a few moments, the bush began to smoulder. The smoke became stronger and stronger, and suddenly the bush was in flames. When, however, the bush was burning properly with high-reaching flames, all the Moors lay in a closed circle around the fire on their faces, and within a moment the fire went out to such an extent that one could not find a single glowing little spark in the whole half-burned bush. Thereupon the Moors came back and asked me whether they have performed their act satisfactorily, and I gave them the best testimony. They immediately wanted words as a teaching for them, but I indicated to them to wait a little, since I first have to explain their deeds to the whites. With that, the Moors were satisfied, and we went back to our tables. (46) Self-knowledge of man. When I took my regular seat at the table with my disciples, Romans and Greeks, the leader came to me and asked me if he, with some of his companions, may be present during my explanations. I said, without any objection, since from now on you have to recognize your life in full. You are still in full possession of the primordial life strength of man. To my pleasure, you are still, as people, complete masters of the whole of nature. All this lies in your most perfect trust, and your undoubted faith and firmest will. However, you do not know your strength, just like somebody does not know the power which makes the limbs of a person move, and drives the blood in the veins, and makes the heart pulsating and forces the lungs to breathe the air in and out, according to the need to live, and according to its inner activity in relation to more or less warmth, which mainly is produced in the blood by greater or lesser activity of the body limbs. These are daily experiences of every person, and still nobody understands them, because nobody knows himself properly. How much less are understood your extraordinary life properties, which apparently lie deeper than only those which are actively expressing themselves in your living organism. However, if I explain to you the deeper lying, you will understand them more easily than when I would explaining to you the body's organism and its relation to the soul. Such cannot actually be explained, since the for you nearly countless multitude of the different organs would occupy you longer than the age of Methuselah, namely close to 1,000 years, to only count them from the first to the last, not mentioning to understand the individual composition and functions of each organ, and to learn the general connection, the interaction, and thousands of different things of every organ. For example, 2 hairs are standing firmly next to each other. You might think that they require the same treatment, and when exchanged would also grow. With the hair on the body, it cannot be done, like replanting trees, shrubs, and plants in the ground. One hair only grows with a unique organism at only that place where it occurs. At any other place, it would not grow with its unique construction of its root organism. In the human body, organism exists in a highly orderly selection, and for you an almost unbelievable diversity. To understand the organic construction of the human body, and to know about every smallest atom, and to recognize the reason of the so and not otherwise, one first have to be perfected in the spirit. When the soul and the spirit have become one, then the completed and fully illuminated soul sees its body from the inside, recognizes then, with one glance, the very artfully built construction of the body, and remembers the reason and cause of each individual, even so smallest part of an organ of its body, and recognizes its most effective construction. For as long a soul does not reach its life's completion, in even thousands and again thousands of years, it cannot come to a thorough recognition of the organism of her body. But it is a completely different story with the pure spiritual ability of the soul. It can be explained to it in general terms, and it is also necessary, so that it recognizes it sooner and more easily. Since without this practical recognition, the soul could never reach a true unification with its spirit. And without it, such an inner and deeper recognition of oneself is impossible. Therefore, pay attention how I now will explain to you the right, orderly primordial life of the first human as clearly as possible. '47. The radiating spheres of man and the sun. The Lord. This, say, first human pair could impossibly otherwise than according to the right life order, in a completed state, been placed on this earth by me. The soul life had to appear as perfectly developed in this world, in order not to quickly fall prey to 1,000 times 1,000 other hostile creatures and elements. The actual level being, with my primordial divine being, was already perfected in the first human pair, and therefore could most effectively exercise the magnificence over all creatures. However, how does such effectuation take place? Listen. The perfect soul in the heart is personally also in a perfect human form present in the body. But its awareness, feeling, and will radiates, just like the light rays from the sun, far and in an effectuating manner in all thinkable directions. The closer to the soul, the more intensive and effective is also the continual outflow of the thinking, feeling, and will. The outer light sphere of the sun, in which this earth, the moon, and a large number of all kinds of other world bodies are present, is, so to speak, the outer life sphere of the sun, through which everything which is present in its realm is awakened to a certain physical life. Therefore, everything must more or less submit itself to the order of the sun, which thereby becomes a lawgiver and a lord of all other world bodies which are present somewhere in the field of its light radiation. One, of course, cannot say of the sun that it can think and will. However, its light is still a great thought, and the warmth of the light is quite a firm will, but not from the sun, but emanating from me, and effectuating through the organic being of the sun body. The closer a world body is to the sun, the more it must perceive effectively and decisively the life-effectuating power of the outer life sphere of the sun, and must submit itself in everything what the light and the warmth of the sun wants to produce in and on it. Just like the sun effectuates wondrous things on the world bodies simply by its outer life sphere, an unspoiled and in its original manner perfect soul, which is full of life, thus full of love, full of belief, and full of a firm will. Such a soul is completely light and warmth and radiates far out. And this radiation then forms continuously its mighty outer life sphere. Just like my will expresses itself wonderfully effectively through the outer life sphere of the sun, and no power can oppose it. Similar, the will of a perfect, unspoiled soul, which, because of my order, is also my will, expresses itself in a wondrous effective way. If I would allow it for the sun to become completely wrecked, getting destroyed in its highly artfully and wisely created exceptional organism and mechanism, and its great nature soul of all nature souls would finally become frightened and deteriorated, and would have nothing else to do, and nothing to worry about, other than getting its in little pieces wrecked body organism in order, or in the worst case even abandon everything, and leave the greater pieces to dissolve on their own. What would then happen to the all-enlivening outer life sphere? In its planetary region, immediately, the greatest chaos would occur. All vegetation and all flesh life would come to an abrupt end. Even if the people would survive on all kinds of supplies for some time, illuminate the everlasting night for a while with torches and lamps, and heat up the rooms with the available wood of forests of the earth. This could continue with the most richly provided people of this earth, at the most for 10 years. However, after this time surely all vegetative and creature-like life on this earth would have come to an end. All the plants would not grow anymore, and would not produce any living seed anymore. The animals would not find food anymore, and would perish from hunger and freeze to death because of too much cold. The earth would leave its orbit, and either collide with another planet, or would, after many thousand years, come into the light region of another of the countless many suns, in whose light and warmth it would start to thaw up, and in a changed order, slowly begin to revive again, but could never return to its current, quite happy, best-ordered being. All this would be effect and result if the sun in its being gets into great or even greatest disarray. It would not be Lord and lawgiver for the many other, smaller, orbiting world bodies anymore. They also would, as said, soon get into a horrible chaos, and by their mighty fall, would become hostile to the sun. What it never could prevent, since it would not possess any outer life power anymore, to either stop the untied gravitational forces of the planets, or at least to temper them. But that a not becoming and quite avoidable and only briefly occurring local disarray on the great surface, thus only on the outer skin of the sun, expresses itself immediately unfavourably, is proved by the not seldom occurring black spots, which you have seen on the sun during sunrise and sundown. Should you see such a spot only as a smallest dot, you can be sure that such disarray soon begins to express itself in a stormy and bad weather. But why this? The sun is then so far away from Earth that a strongly shot arrow would require about fully 50 years to reach the sun. What can have an influence on the life-powerful Earth if it happens at such a distance on the sun body? Yes, what occurs directly on the sun body would not have an effect on the Earth. However, the black spot on the sun is not that small as it looks like from this Earth. In reality, it is a few thousand times bigger than the whole surface of the Earth. This effectuates for the highly sensitive life spirits of the Earth an already noticeable lack of light and warmth. They immediately become frightened and begin to be exceedingly active, and howling storms, clouds, rain, hail, and snow, at times, even at the warmer countries of the Earth, are the result of such a very smallest disorder on only a certain point of the sun. Since the local disorder expresses itself also unfavourably on the world bodies in the external life reach of the sun through the outer life sphere of the sun, which reaches still far beyond this Earth into the wide space of creation, just as the otherwise undisturbed light and warmth order of the sun expresses itself quite favourably through the outer life sphere of the sun on the world bodies. "48. The influence of man on domestic animals. The Lord. Imagine yourself a human soul in its original unspoiled state, as a true son among all the various enlivened creatures containing a soul, which all have to submit to the human soul, since they take from its outer life sphere. When this, like the soul, is in perfect order, their life light and spiritual life warmth to vegetate in their further rising soul life sphere, and thereby become gentle, tolerant, and obedient. Since the souls of plants, as well as animals, have the, to you, of course, still much unknown destination, once to become human souls themselves. The plants, and even more so the animals, are nothing else than suitable pre-vessels, according to my wisdom and insight, for accumulation and successive development, and for seizing each other of the, you might say, general nature soul life power in the immeasurable space of creation, from which also your souls originate, if originally on this or also on another earth world, does not matter. These animal souls feel the emanation of a proper human soul, and the sphere formed by its outer life light and outer life warmth. In this perfect outer life sphere, the animals are prospering, like the planets in the light and the warmth of the sun. And not one soul of any animal is capable of rising against the will of a perfected human soul, but circles modestly around it like a planet around the sun, and develops in such spiritual light and in its warmth quite excellently for a further transition to a higher level. To give you a more practical insight, we will look a bit closer to some domestic animals and their owners. Let's go to a hard-hearted and arrogant owner and look in the spirit at his domestic animals. His dogs are more evil and wilder than the wolves of the woods. His cattle are shy and quite often frightened and dangerously wild. His sheep and goats are fleeing every human form and are difficult to catch. Through the garden of his pigs, which he keeps for the sake of their fat, it is not advisable to walk, to avoid being attacked murderously by their total wildness. The chicken and other poultry are also shy and are difficult to catch. Also with his donkeys, horses, camels and oxen, it is not advisable to become too trusting, since very little of any animal culture is noticeable. Only by a continuous wild shouting and cursing, and continual hitting, bumping, and stabbing can they be used for a certain work, whereby most of the time some accident occurs. Yes, why are, with this our hard and arrogant owner, the domestic animals are so raw and wild, and so very much unbendable? The soul of their owner is for them a life-sun in complete disarray. His servants and workers are soon as their master, therefore also not nearly a life-sun for the ice-cold souls of the animals given to them to guard and to lead. Everybody shouts, curses and hits to what he is capable of. How could the animals of such an owner be in a wholesome state, of which one can say that they are in order? But let's go now to a really old, patriarchal, good and wise owner of many and large herds, and observe his domestic animals. What a nearly unbelievable difference! Neither the cattle nor the sheep leave their good shepherd. Only a single call of him, and they hurry to him, surround him, and with a nearly visible attention, listen to him, if he wants to say something to them. And if he does this, they obey and wondrously bid the will of the Good Shepherd, where they have refreshed themselves with his soul light. The camel understands the slightest sign of its good guide. and the courageous horse does not become shy under the saddle of its rider. In short, all domestic animals of a gentle and good landlord are gentle, obedient, and listen to the voice of their guardians and their master. And with all animals, one quite easily notices a certain gentleness, as you can recognize it at the noble trees with a first glance, that they carry noble fruit, since there the trunk, the branches, and all the foliage are softly rounded, smooth, and without sharp points and prickles, and the fruit is tasting lovely. The reason for this is, as said, one or more healthy, unspoiled souls with a lighted being, spreading a soul-like light sphere, which contains everything, what the soul as life element contains in itself, namely, love, faith, trust, recognition, wanting, and success. (49) Benefits of a proper education of the soul. The Lord. However, if the soul of a person is buried in all kinds of worldly material worries, or if it begins to bury itself therein, it then clouds its light being, and finally it will become completely dark in it. Then there is no stock left of any mighty love any more, and the very little left is nearly not enough for itself. Then comes self-love, which cannot go over to anybody else any more. But if the love becomes so small, from where should come a mighty faith and will? Since faith is the light from the flame of love, and the will the power of the light that is active everywhere. If such love-poor people could finally, even if very dull, begin to recognize that because of the weakness of their love, they cannot succeed with anything. They most of the time see a line crossing out each of their calculations, of which they are guilty themselves, since there can be no effectuation, for which the necessary strength is lacking. They still could be helped, but as such they only become angry and full of bitterness about every success with other people. Rage is also a light, but a destroyable one. In such infernal light, they soon see all kinds of deceiving means by which they could come to great wealth. They soon try out such means. However, most of the time they fail, since they are deceiving means. However, the repeated failure does not teach them, but makes them even more angry. They become proud and full of haughtiness, and begin to turn to violent means, and actually use them. An occasional success makes them perkier. They are becoming cruel, and try to remove everything from their path, what they regard as an obstacle to their perceived luck. they thereby have accumulated for themselves, by all kinds of bad means, considerable wealth, and now recognize this road as the only right and true, on which they themselves have climbed to happiness. If such people have children, as it is usually the case, they will educate them in no other manner than the way by which the parents themselves have climbed to their worldly happiness, namely by all kind of worldly cleverness. They then let their children learn all kind of things. However, everything for the world. No consideration whatsoever is taken for the education of the heart, and cannot be taken, since the parents and the teachers and educators, who, because of greed, want to please the parents, do not themselves have any idea about the heart and the soul. Everything is done to, as early as possible, develop the sharpness of the mind. For that, the child is motivated as much as possible by all kind of presents and honourings, is thereby, from the earliest time on, as much as possible exercised in selfishness and greed, with the education of the mind, wears fine and decorated clothes, and quite often does not know himself because of all the haughtiness before reaching the age of 10. Woe the poor child, or also any other person, who does not show the expected respect to such spoiled child, or even dares to mock it, because he has made himself a permanent enemy of such a spoiled child. Under such circumstances, where in such people would be the inner life strength resembling me? Where is man's magnificence over the whole of nature, and over all the elements, out of which finally everything created consists and must consist? However, if the heart in man is developed first, and only afterwards a quite easy and effective education of the mind is added, the awakened mind will become a living light life ether, which surrounds the soul like the light ether surrounds the sun, out of which then all these marvellous effectuations start to appear, which you see living on this earth everywhere. During the right education of the soul of man, the soul remains inside and active, and what you call mind is the emanating effectuation of the inner activity of the soul. The outer light of the mind illuminates all the still so critical external relationships, and the will then enters this outer light and effectuates everything fertilizing and growing. If man's order is set like this according to my order, then the will and trust is also something emanating out of me, or out of my almighty will, which most certainly all creatures must obey. This, what such an orderly person wants, must happen in a wide vicinity, because the outer life sphere of a person is actually filled with my Spirit, to whom all things are possible. If such a person is then completely reborn out of his Spirit, he is completely equal to me, and in all his life's freedom he can do, within my order, which he became himself, whatever he wants, and it must be there and happen according to his free will. In such life-perfected state, because completely resembling me, man is not only a master of the creatures and the local elements of this earth, but his magnificence then reaches, just as my own, to the whole creation in endless space, and his will can prescribe laws to the countless worlds, and they will adhere to them. Since his transfigured vision penetrates everything, just as my own, and actually with my own, and his clearest recognition sees the need everywhere, in all of creation, and can prescribe and create and help, wherever and whatever it will be. Since he is in everything one with me. '50. The power of a perfected soul. The Lord. Only this degree of the most high life perfection nobody could have reached before my incarnation. And therefore I have come to this earth, to make you my true children by the rebirth of your spirits in your souls. Thus, if I now speak of a perfect soul, it refers to a soul in which my spirit is already active, but has not yet become completely one with it. Based on the earlier mentioned reasons, a perfected soul, therefore, is not only able to perform wondrous things as a master of all creatures, but will also have momentarily visions about the pure spiritual spheres because of its more awakened spirit, and can hear the word of the Spirit of God, as this was the case with all seers and prophets, who alongside with their gift of seeing and prophesying out of my spirit, also had a certain, for all physically thinking mankind, visible miraculous control over the elements and over all creatures. Moses performed miracles, his brother Aaron the same, also Joshua, and later Elias, and after him still many prophets and seers. A prophet by the name of Daniel, son of the day or the light, was thrown by a cruel king into a lion's den containing 12 hungry lions as executioners, because Daniel gave him an admonishing speech. They had been fed for years with all kinds of unlucky criminals. Upon the sharp admonishing speech, the angry king, despite loving the prophet because of his wisdom, threw Daniel without any mercy and mitigation into the den of certain death. Only Daniel's perfect soul was also a master over the hungry lions. When he was thrown into the den by the henchmen, the lions did not only not do anything to him, but crouched in visible reverence around him as their natural lord and master. Daniel, knowing how he could survive among the lions, asked his disciples for his writing board and wrote for 3 days the prophecy, unscathed in the death pit among the 12 lions. When this was reported to the king, he regretted what he did to Daniel, and he ordered to pull Daniel out of the pit with a basket and gave him his freedom. At the same time, there were 3 youths who refused to bend their knees in front of Baal. Upon this, the stupid king became so angry that he ordered for a lime kiln to be heated excessively for 3 days, in which the 3 youths would be thrown. If they continued to oppose the king's commandment any longer. However, the sole perfect youth stood by their well-founded intention and did not express the slightest fear of the glowing kiln. The 3 days passed, and the 3 youths were, upon the fierce orders of the king, seized by the henchmen and thrown over the glowing edge into the wide fire hole. However, not a single hair on their heads was harmed, while each of the henchmen were caught by the too great heat and burned to coal. Yes, what was it then protecting the youth in the fire kiln? The perfected, in my primordial order being, soul. Finally, there appeared an angel and led them perfectly unharmed out of the terrible hot fire, which no other person could come closer than 30 steps, without the danger of being suddenly burned to death. These are nothing else than examples of the marvelous strength and power of a perfected soul. '51. The effect of the sun. The human eye. The Lord. These Moors here, again, provided the most speaking proofs of it, that it is like this and cannot be otherwise. And the sun provides on a daily basis in every plant and in every animal a by far more tangible proof about the power of its power and effectuation in its wide-stretched outer life sphere. All this must appear to the wrongly brought-up world and mind person like a fantasy. and he sees therein anything else than a fabrication of a heated imagination, which all appears to him as sheer foolishness. These are, for his recognition, pure foolishness, whose effectuating appears to him as impossible, because it is of course impossible for him to do this, and must be impossible to him, because of very wise and necessary reasons. Since who can perform some handiwork without hands, or walk without feet? If the sun would be a completely dark lump, as it, despite its size, could as well be like black limestone, it would not bring about any natural life on the worlds. However, its inner extraordinary, for your understanding admittedly still incomprehensible organic construction, is composed to such an extent that from its inner intestines continuously a lot of fine air types, gases, must develop. By that, the exceedingly large sun body is forced to turn around its own axis, which rotating movement brings the large atmosphere of the sun into constant friction with the surrounding ether, primordial air, by which, secondly, the activity of the countless many nature spirits inside the large sun atmosphere are constantly agitated anew, which activity in turn is then transferred to the nature spirits resting in the ether to such an extent that they, as very easily being agitated, within one moment for more than 200,000 field lanes, one field lane equals 125 steps, ? In a straight line away from the sun, are also agitated, and in each subsequent moment from the same distance further and further, and for each following moment, equal to 1 second, still further and further into for you immeasurable distances away from the sun. Through this co-excitement of the primordial nature spirits in the immeasurable space of creation, the original light of the sun is allotted in a manner which I have explained to you already extensively, to the in its region orbiting earth bodies or planets, and causes in the smaller atmospheres of the planets a similar agitation of the already more dense nature spirits, where, the lower down, the more intensely the agitation is observed and felt. Since the spirits becoming more and more dense, since when rubbing two stones against each other, the friction will certainly be more intense than when rubbing two feathers against each other, which is also the reason why it is in the deep valleys of the earth more lighter and warmer than on the highest mountain peaks of the earth. But somebody among you who is good with calculations might think, yes, if this is effectuated by the reproduction of the sun and every other light, then the light must be the same everywhere, and it is then impossible to distinguish the picture of the sun more separate and by far stronger illuminated than the other light firmament. Yes, I say to you, this would be infallibly the case, if I not had made the eye in such a way that all light and reflected light of everything illuminated and the most excited contour rays, originating by a certain backward effect, are cutting each other as lines with a certain angle, and reach the highly sensitive retina through a very tiny opening, and from there, the even more sensitive optic nerve. By this arrangement, all only simple excited light outflows are eliminated, and only the main contour rays reach as broken up, diffracted, the highly sensitive retina, and from there, the optic nerve, through which only then the picture is engraved by the suitable organs on the little brain boards in the picture corresponding manner, or in corresponding signs, and as such presented to the soul to see. If the eye would not be constructed in such a way, you of course would not see a separate sun as a light picture, but everything would be a homogeneous sea of light, equal to what various enraptured people have seen spiritually, in which they could not even discern their own eye as a being in the general light. A wise Egyptian Greek, Plato, gives in his writings left behind testimony of this, and alongside him various wise from ancient times. They fell asleep and found themselves in a sea of light, in which they could think to be in it, but could not see themselves, and therefore had the highly pleasing feeling to be fully one with the primordial light, which they called the actual Godhead. The reason for this was lying in the not yet fully developed view of the soul, and it was therefore not fully perfected, because its original upbringing, although strict, was still wrong. Since wherever one places the education of the mind above the formation of the heart, the upbringing is wrong. ch34to3. Rebirth and the right education. The Lord. What fruit would a tree bring forth, if not the heart-appealing appearances of the blossom of the first fruit would lead the way? How can fall be in the place of spring, and spring in the place of fall, which normally is followed by a freezing winter? Would not the frost of winter destroy the heart-uplifting blossoms and kill the hope-radiating leaves, together with the true fruit, which first is blessed and enlivened to become a growing being by the blossom? The wood of the tree would increase, but nobody of you would see a fruit ripening on the same. And so it is also with a person, and especially with his soul. Everything becomes coarse matter, of which no fruit is forthcoming, other than those which are finally chopped off and burned as wood in the fire of judgment. to finally at least yield some ash for the use to fertilize and clean the bad and meagre ground. Who begins to awaken and educate his children by the mind, begins to build a house at the roof, and scoops water in a bucket full of holes. It will be wet for as long as the scooper will be busy with such a vain work. However, there will never be a drop of living water therein, and with the wonderful expressions of the soul life, there will be nothing for a long time to come. The vessel, full of holes, had to be blocked off one by one, requiring a great deal of work, until it will hold the water. But how easily does a little not properly set plug gets bad, and in time the vessel can become completely life-water empty. It should be understood as follows. A mind-educated person can, by a lot of self-denial, bring it to an effective, subsequent education of the heart. But if he is not very careful and does not pay attention to the many stoppers with which he patched up the many holes, earthly weaknesses, of his life vessel, he will soonest convince himself how the accumulated life water has left him, and soon he will convince himself how he unnoticeably became the old person again, without any inner life content. Therefore, I above all recommended to you neighbourly love, which comes from the love to God, since only this can make from your total wrongness again people in my order. Do not be blinded by the world, since everything it gives you is death and judgment, a fruit of the pure mind. Only love can transform you into life. Therefore, I have come into this world to show you the right turnaround back to my order, and the right way to stay with it until achieving the true rebirth of the spirit in the soul, after which no evil fallback is thinkable and possible anymore. This must be introduced to you now, since those who once became wrong are helped only a little with the patched-up turnaround of the soul. The soul, first, must completely turn around before the rebirth of the spirit in the soul can take place. However, the plugged and patched up, thus on the right path brought, better soul state, is not lasting, because by the power of the world and its temporary advantages, a purely patched up soul only too easily falls back into its old accustomed wrongness. To prevent this from happening, I have paved the new way for my spirit, which I now place as a spark of my Father love into the heart of each soul, becomes fed through your love to me, and from there truly and active for the neighbour, and must grow in your soul. And after reaching the right greatness and power, to fully unite with the improved soul and become one with it, which act should and shall be called the rebirth of the Spirit. Who has achieved this is, of course, standing incomparable higher than an even so perfect soul on its own, who also can do a lot. However, forever not nearly all this, what is awaiting the completely reborn. However, this spark of my love is only then placed into the heart of a human soul in full if a person has heard my word and has accepted it in his heart faithfully and with all love as the truth. As long this is not the case, not even a most advanced, perfected person can reach the rebirth of the Spirit. Since without my word, which I speak to you now, the spark of my love cannot enter the heart of your soul. And if absent, it can also not grow and prosper in a soul, and therefore also not be reborn. However, in future, also the children, if signed and baptized in my word and in my name, they will receive the spirit spark of my love in the heart of their souls. But it will not grow when educated wrongly, however. Certainly with an upbringing according to you most clearly explained order, where above all the heart, and from there correspondingly the mind should be educated. However, the heart is to be educated by true love and by gentleness and patience. Teach from early on the children to love the Father in heaven. Show them how good and loving He is, how He has created everything there is, most good, beautiful and wise to the best for the people, and how He is fond of especially the little children who love Him above all. At each special occasion, make them attentive that all this is arranged by the Father in heaven, who makes this take place and let it happen. Then you will turn the hearts of the little ones to me, and your easy effort will soon bear you the most gold fruit. Otherwise, however, thorns and thistles, on which will grow neither grapes nor figs. But tell me now openly, if you now comprehend, how and for what reason these our black brothers are able to perform such deeds, which for the time being were and had to be a puzzling miracle to you. ch34to66. Correct understanding and reading of thoughts. Says the leader of the Moors, Lord, You almighty and all-wise God, I and my companions have understood you quite well. But whether also the whites, for whom you actually has given this explanation, have understood this in the right sense and in the right spirit, I, of course, cannot say for sure. How it seems to me, for a few, some of the things might still be unclear. However, if somebody is still pressed by something, he will announce himself if he is more interested about the pure recognition than the thereby putatively forfeited mind's honour. Because also among these whites, there probably will be some who do not ask anything, since they do not want to betray their mind's weakness by the question. Now, as a black, I would like to give to them the advice to rather let go of the trifle honour of the mind and declare themselves for the pure truth, which can only result from a complete understanding, since a misunderstood truth can be, for the disciples, nothing better than a flat lie. Since a misunderstood truth is just as useless to anyone than a lie. Nobody will make actual use of a recognized lie. Hence it can neither harm him nor be of any use to him. However, a misunderstood truth can also be of no use to anybody, because as misunderstood, it can either brought to no use at all, or at least applied wrongly, and is in such regard for the user by no means better than a blatant, perfect lie. This would be my opinion. Perhaps somebody has a better one, and I will be glad to be silent and become an attentive listener. I said, "Your remark was quite good and very true. I myself know a few here who did not understood this my explanation deeply enough. But they are ashamed to betray the weakness of their mind by a question, and are therefore rather content with half an understanding." When I made this remark, several immediately asked whether it was them who did not understood this marvellous explanation deep enough. But I kept quiet. Then also Cyrenius asked me, quite fearful, if also he did not comprehend this truth deeply and truthfully enough. I then said, "Not only you, but most of you. Only 2 of my disciples fully understood this my explanation about the perfect state of the soul. All the others, with the exception of the Moors, not. You only have a general idea of this issue, but not at all a clear conception, which with quite a few of you, even the leader saw and noticed, making his remark perfectly well placed. Yes, a primordial life-perfected soul does, alongside the wondrous effectuating power as master over all creatures of this earth, also have this particular property, to recognize and even to see in specific excited moments the thoughts of people and what goes on in their hearts. Since the strongly satisfied outer life sphere of such a person immediately recognizes this in the outer life sphere of another person, and therefore such soul-life perfected persons can absolutely not be deceived. With their highly intensive outer life sphere, they often recognize from a very far distance what a person who approaches them thinks or what he wants. If an enemy approaches, such soul-life perfected people can, by the unification of their outer life sphere, let him flee in panic, in the same manner as they lift a mighty tree out of the earth, by the unification of their life spheres. Or transporting the immense rock, or finally, as you have seen them making a fire, which straightway seized a sizable bush and turned it into ashes. Therefore, nobody of you should be annoyed if the black leader tells you a few things and hits you like a best learned shooter his target. Since your outer life sphere tells him, brightly illuminated, even your most inner thoughts, as long as they are unified with the slightest will. The pure brain thoughts, however, which are actually no thoughts, they do not recognize, since such thoughts consist only of pure little brain-board pictures and do not have a life. But the thoughts of the heart they recognize most correctly, especially if they find themselves in a somewhat heart-excited state, like now. '54. The meaning of the radiant sphere of life. The Lord. You still don't understand, living clear sufficiently, what in depth the outer life sphere of the soul means, and how this power can express itself by effectuating, feeling, hearing, and even seeing. For your ability to comprehend this is a little difficult to understand, because in the outer, for your flesh eye visible world, no suitable example can be set up, since all spiritual matters are very difficult to be dressed in a material picture. However, since you understand this highly important matter not sufficiently, I will illuminate this for you some more. But you must gather your senses rather firmly. Otherwise, you will again not grasp this most important matter of life deeply enough. That this is most important, you can see and recognize from the fact that I kept the explanation of this primordial life secret for the last of our current visit. Nevertheless, the things that I have shown to you the previous 7 days, and also earlier at other locations, are still the greatest. And because of this, which was the most important until now, all the rest has been shown to you, because without these miraculous things that have happened, and the preparations It would be impossible for you to understand even the smallest part of it. But why do I rate this as most important? This is very easy to guess and to see. Who truly wants to better his life and uplift it to the actual life, he first have to recognize it in all its parts, how it exists, how it expresses itself, how it, under certain conditions and processes, expresses itself so or so, how it, if spoiled and made wrong, can be bettered again, and how a fully bettered life condition can be maintained and also be transplanted to his fellow men, so that finally there can be one shepherd and one herd. However, that for a true person, the full recognition of life is the most important, was realized and stated by the wisest men of all nations at all times. They only found the way to it very troublesome and difficult, or in most cases not at all. But now, I, as a Lord and Master of all life and being, since eternity, have come to you myself, and have, in a miraculous manner, brought everything together on this place, which is, to the largest part, still detached from the world, to put before your eyes the true life being, as clear and tangible as possible. And in time, and with the right patience, you will understand this. But then it will also be your duty to explain to your fellow man as thoroughly as possible what you have understood. Because in a country where only one or two persons see, understand, and make use of it for themselves, it will be just as much useful to them, like a wise man in a madhouse among all the fools, or in a donkey or ox stable. Will they understand the wise man? If he, out of his innermost depth of wisdom, will tell them with the friendliest words, the most elevated teachings. A wise man can only be recognized and understood by wise men. From the life of animals and actual fools, nothing can be made, since what must become of it has been provided for by my everlasting order. However, from the life of people, you can grow anything along the right way of truth, love, patience, and wisdom. And if you have grown from the people true brothers and friends for you, who in time will resemble you in the recognition of life, you will also enjoy true happiness and bliss among each other, and become strong in all that is good, which will be easy for you to execute, since 100 arms can do more than just one. 100 eyes, pointed into all directions, see more than two, and the outer life sphere of thousands united is quite a strange, powerful lever to avert all kinds of dangers and evils, irrespective from which side they may come, and what name they might have. 55. The power of someone who is perfected in love. The Lord. You have seen the power of the combined effectuation through the unification of the outer life sphere, of several of these now our mores. How much normal manpower would be required to lift such a tree like the old cedar there, including the heavy earth lump? How much natural manpower could have moved or rolled this very large and exceedingly heavy rock from its former place? The few Moors have pushed or actually carried it in front of your eyes through the air. From this undeniable fact, you had to conclude what power and strength must lie in the unified outer life sphere of a nature-perfected soul. If already these Moors, who didn't know anything about the power and strength of my name, could have performed such extraordinary things by only the power of their unified outer life sphere, of their nature-perfected souls, how much bigger things should you be able to perform if you could work through my word and through the almighty spirit of my love in your unified outer life spheres of your perfected souls? Truly, truly, I say to you, not only such trees and rocks, but you could move whole mountains if you, according to the clear insight of your wise hearts, regard it as necessary. However, whatever is necessary, you would certainly in every moment get to know through my spirit in you, which is always present through my always living word in the heart of your souls. Would this not be an extremely desirable state of a perfected person in my name? And even more desirable of a whole society or even a nation? Its possible effectuation lies before your eyes, and it is therefore extremely necessary that you, as my closest disciples, completely recognizes this most important state in you, and to also teach all other people in the right manner to recognize this. Since who has a light should not put it underneath a basket, where its the darkness illuminating rays are of no use to anybody, but the light should be put on a clear table, from where it can illuminate all present. Indeed, it is easy to put a natural light on a table. With the light for heart and soul, it is surely incomparably more difficult. However, a good and firm will brings also this about, and with my certain help in such most important matters of life, even with less effort than you might think. Of course, everybody must first own what he wants to give to his neighbour. Otherwise he resembles a blind who wants to lead another blind. If they finally reach a ditch, both will fall into it. Hopefully I now have sufficiently explained to you the greatest importance of such a state of the true life strength of a perfected human soul, and have also showed to you the greatest importance of a full self-recognition, which with children must be brought about by a correct upbringing, and can be accomplished to the largest extent in already spoiled people who are not to be blamed for it, by the right measure of humility and patience, and mainly through the true, active love to God, and therefrom to the neighbour. The deeds of the soul-life strong Moors, which should lead you to the right self-recognition, I already have explained to you, which you, however, have not sufficiently understood in all its life depth. It is therefore now up to you, for the sake of the importance of the matter, to ask, and by the question express yourself, where and what you are still lacking. You first must vividly feel what you are lacking. Otherwise, you could never be concerned about it with your freest will. Because if someone has lost something and he doesn't know about it, will he ever begin to search for what he has lost? One therefore has to feel quite vividly that one has lost something, and of what it consists of what is lacking, and also must recognize the great value of what is lost. Otherwise, one will not begin to search with the necessary living zeal. '56. Hungering for spiritual food. The Lord. The ordinary worldly person can, of course, not even dream about the true and highest life's value, since if his belly is sufficiently provided for, why should he be concerned about all the other important issues of life? He then has plenty to eat, and also to drink if he is thirsty, has a beautiful and comfortable dwelling, a soft bed, nice clothes, and still many other luxuries of life, and also does not have any shortage of beautiful and appealing maidens, and other lavishness things. What should such a holder of earthly goods still be lacking? The poor beggars must of course reach for the shelter of all kinds of wisdom and recognition, which is continuously provided to them by their hungry imagination, to win over the favour of any rich to live off him and entertain him in return. However, about all this, nothing can be regarded as true, other than the need of the hungry wise and the sluggishness of his hands, and that he rather fills his hungry stomach with his effortless imagination and fantasy about any God and about the everlasting life of the human soul, than with the more troublesome work of his hands. see and recognize from this life-true picture. If someone with ample earthly possessions is lacking anything, what does the most important self-recognition means to him? While without it, a true recognition of God is unthinkable. Will he ever, what he surely is lacking in the highest degree, ever begin to look for? Most certainly not, since he suffers no hunger and no thirst, which are supposedly the levers by which the work-shy, poor beggars are encouraged to wisdom and knowledge. How could he otherwise recognize what he is lacking for a true life? Only hunger and thirst. According to the well-provided-for indulger's opinion, are the only motives for any activity. Who thus do not suffer any hunger or thirst does not need to look for any wisdom. In short, who, according to his own opinion, does not have anything lacking, also has no desire for anything, and who has lost nothing, what should he search for, as if he has lost something? It is the same with a teaching which has been delivered. Who thinks that he has understood it completely will not ask any further questions. The satisfied does not ask for more food. If he gets hungry again, then he will of course look again for food. But what will he do if the food master is not present? Will he be able to prepare a meal for himself? Therefore, every one of you should now look for food, for as long the food master is among you. When he will return again from where he has come, many will begin to look for the right food. But then it will be difficult to obtain some. Many of you who are now around me are earthly, well provided for, and immensely rich with all kind of earthly treasures, and now strive with all zeal after spiritual food, which is not brought to the daylight from the gold tunnels of the earth. It will be given to you in abundance. However, you should not think that quantity is sufficient to clearly understand everything. You quite well understand each word spoken to you by me, as far as you as people can understand it. However, everything which is hidden therein, in endless abundance, you will not be able to understand. You also do not ask about it, because you do not recognize what you do not understand. But why do you not recognize it? And why did Ubratuvishar recognize this about you? That you have not fully understood my explanation. Because his primordial, perfected outer soul life ether penetrates your rather still imperfect quite easily. just like you can feel in an even pitch dark night if someone's head has many hairs or if he is bald, if you touch his head with your hands. With your still very weak outer life sphere, your feeling starts only there, where the body begins. Beyond this, your souls do not have any little spark of feeling. '57. The miraculous power of those reborn. The Lord. The ability of these Moors to feel and to notice can, in a greater excitement, reach for many hours walking, and they therefore can easily determine of which type of spirit those are who approach them. However, they will not be able to recognize a deeper spiritual being in someone, but the actual state of the soul, quite indeed. When they arrived this morning here, they recognized my soul and its wisdom and power from already quite a distance. They only could not recognize the spirit in the soul, since the Spirit of God can only be recognized by another spirit out of God. For that, I first had to place a spark in their hearts by my word. And when the spark in a perfected soul found in abundance the right food, it became stronger, and soon they recognized also me in my spirit, and are now more certain than you are, with whom they are dealing in me. All this is the result of a perfect soul. Your souls will, except for a few, as souls for themselves, never reach such recognition. But they will, by my exceeding love for you, be purified, so that they will become highly suitable for the full admission of my Spirit. If you then become spiritually reborn, it will not be by your merit, but only by my love, mercy, and compassion. And you will be able to do bigger things than these Moors, but not out of the power of your perfect souls, but from the power of my Spirit penetrating your weak souls, by which of course also your souls become forever life stronger. However, I do not want to make miracle performers out of you, but true benefactors for the people. If my awakened spirit in you becomes fully active, it will become light and illuminated in your mind, and thereby you will, along quite natural ways, learn about the powers of nature and make its spirits serviceable to you, or respectively, the soul-like primordial specific substances. Thereby you will achieve great earthly life advantages, which you, however, should use for poorer mankind. If the great advantages to which my spirit will lead you are used within my order, It will bring you a 1,000-fold blessing in everything. Should you, however, in time, begin to use them against my order selfishly, they will become for the people the brooding place for all kind of conceivable earthly evil. What I now speak to you, I also speak to all those who will follow you in 1,000 and another 1,000 years, perhaps a few years more or less. After that, another layer comes to ferment and work the earth, with and without people. Since the earth is large, and there are many spirits who are waiting to be freed from judgment. Every reborn can also perform miracles, but not like these Moors without the recognition of my name and my will. However, with the full recognition of my name and my will, and my unchanging order. Because if someone wanted something different, it could not happen, since my spirit in him would not provide him with the strength. Since then, only the soul on her own would be wanting, because the spirit could never want something against my will. However, through the rebirth of the spirit in the soul does not lose her own free will and her recognition in the rose of the big creation, which will go forth and forth out of my love, out of my wisdom, order, power, and strength. '58. Relation between soul and spirit. The Lord. The soul will always relate to the spirit, like the earthly body to the soul. The body of an even still so perfect soul has in a certain way also its own pleasure will, by which the soul can be spoiled if she adheres to it. A proper educated soul will never adhere to the gluttonous will of the body, and always stay a master over its body. But with spoiled souls, such is quite possible. Between soul and spirit, however, there always exists a relationship like between a primordial perfect soul and its body. The body on its own can have desires as many as it wants, and tempt the soul for allowance and satisfaction with all its often rather sharp stings. But the perfect soul will always say an effective no to it. And precisely the same does my spirit in the soul, in which it merged completely. As long as the soul adheres completely to the will of its spirit, everything takes place exactly according to the will of the spirit, what is also my will. However, if the soul, because of her backward recollection, wants a little more sensuous things, in such moments the spirit retreats and leaves the execution of the desire over to the soul only, from which normally nothing happens, especially if the will of accomplishment contains effectively very little, or often even nothing at all, of any spiritual content. The soul, soon noticing her own weakness and clumsiness, will not before long let go of her self-desire dreams, reunites again with the Spirit most intensely, and let His will prevail. Then there is, of course, order and strength and power in all fullness again. Asks finally again Cyrenius, however a little meekly, Lord, by your many words and admonishing, I have landed in a gorge in which I have noticed a main shortcoming of my recognition, and notices it even better now. You said earlier that the individuality of the soul, even if your spirit penetrates and takes it over completely, has not gone over to the spirit to such an extent that the soul could not separate from it for certain moments. Thus, the soul still keeps its individuality, and even can think and will for itself, like before the rebirth of the spirit, in its substantial being. If the soul could have wanted and think before, it also must have a free, individual ability of recognition, and must therefore also recognize the immense advantage of this, what is flowing into the soul from its spirit, compared to this, what its own senses can provide. If the soul necessarily recognizes this, how is it possible that she ever want to think and want for herself what the Spirit has not breathed into her before? I find in the continuous individualistic ability to think, to will, and to recognize an imperfection of the spiritual being of man. It also sounds strange that the actually newly reborn soul in her spirit, who is supposed to be much stronger than the pure, primordial perfect soul of one of these Moors, with whom there is still no question of rebirth, and with whom there was never one before, can do much less than a pure, primordial perfect soul of one of these Moors. If such souls want something, it happens. But if in her spirit, reborn soul, what certainly is more than just a primordial perfect soul, wants to do something out of herself, it cannot happen, because the spirit does not want it. The souls of these Moors will most likely also have the wondrous ability in the beyond to at least be able to also perform the same wondrous things as here. However, our souls reborn in the Spirit should then, so to speak, for their own private pleasure, be able to do nothing. For that I find no reason, nor any for the reason acceptable clue. Thus have the mercy to put this matter for us whites into a somewhat brighter light. Since this is an indigestible food for us. '59. Brains and soul. I said, I already have shown to you before how a soul and finally the whole person, through a wrong upbringing, loses all human, me resembling marvelous abilities. When you, with a child, first educate the mind, and the brain is not yet 2/3 ripe developed, and is, despite this, bothered to correspondingly absorb in pictures an immense quantity of words, pictures, and figures prematurely onto the still very soft and still watery little brain boards, which are still busy with the best development. These little boards become on the one hand too hardened, and on the other hand are brought into total disorder by too strong memory exercises, whereby such little children later as youth, and still later as men, are plagued by constant headaches, from which they for the rest of their lives cannot be completely freed. The whole brain has long ago already been pasted up with all kinds of signs and has been made completely unreceptive for the admission of the very subtle signs, which first rise from the heart, and should be impressed on the very receptive little brain boards. Even if later the soul is given some higher spiritual truth by the heart, she does not have any hold, and the soul cannot grasp it, because this truth cannot be presented graphically to the soul for longer than a moment. In addition, the soul has a lot of physical, coarse worldly pictures like a dense forest in front of her, and impossibly can see the quite tender, small, endless many, only very weak impressed signs. If she for moments sees the very subtle engraved misty pictures which have risen out of the heart, it appears to her as a disfigured picture which she impossibly can comprehend and see it clearly enough. Since the coarse physical pictures come to stand in front of the spiritual figures and partly cover and partly destroy it. Now you would think and say, yes, why must the soul look at specifically the little brain boards? She should directly deal with the heart and thus enter her spiritual light. It would be fine if it was possible to completely transform the once set life order without harming life itself. Would it also be suitable to give someone who, by whatever reason, became blind, already in the mother's womb or later on earth, a pair of eyes on the chin, or on the forehead, or on the nose? This would be quite all right, if such different located eyes would also not require a completely different body organism. With the mechanism of the human body, there does exist such a strict mathematical order, according to which everything at its location may not be relocated by one hair, without a complete change of the whole organism of the body. It is therefore completely impossible to subjoin the sensory tools for someone at another location of the body, without totally reshaping the whole body, to give it another form and a completely different inner construction. Just like you cannot give to the body relocated senses, instead of the ones already existing at the right place, because of reasons given, it is to a much greater extent the same with the soul, which is a still much more tender spiritual organism. She can only see and hear through the brain of the body. The other impressions, which, however, are blunt and unexplainable, the soul, of course, can also perceive with other nerves, but they must nevertheless be uninterruptedly connected to the brain cells. Otherwise, the palate has no sense of taste, and the nose has no sense of smell. '60. The right development of the brains. The Lord. For as long the soul lives inside the body, the brain stays the main viewing organ of the soul. If it is correctly developed, the soul will clearly and correctly see the life pictures risen from the heart and engraved into the brain, and will also think, conclude, and act accordingly. Even if the soul, in certain enraptured moments, is able to have a vision for herself out of the pit of the stomach by the laying on of hands by a person with a strong faith and will, like Zarel was an example for you, it is of little or no use to her for the real life, because in the dark dwelling of her flesh life, she cannot have even the slightest recollection of it. Wherever the brain of the head, the brain of the physical head, is not involved during any means of viewing and observation of the soul will have no recollection of it, perhaps only a vague notion. Since this, what the soul absorbs into her brain, the substantial soul-like brain, she cannot see, just like the body does not have a sight which could see on the inside. Everything which is engraved in pictures on the many little brain boards taken in by the eyes and ears. This can only be seen by the soul, which is inside of everything flesh. However, what is left correspondingly in the soul-like brain, the soul cannot see with her eyes and not hear with her ears, since her eyes and ears are directed only outwardly, like those of the body. The corresponding pictures of the soul-like brain can only be viewed by the spirit in the soul, which is also the reason why a person can only then recognize something purely spiritual if the spirit has fully awakened in the soul and penetrated it. However, what is inside the spirit is recognized by me and out of me again in the spirit, which is with me or my spirit identical, since it is my effigy in the soul. Like the sun places its full effigy into a mirror. Thus, for as long a soul lives inside her body, a properly developed body-brain is absolutely necessary for a truthful, bright viewing. But a spoiled brain is of no use to her for any spiritual viewing, just as the viewing through the pit of the stomach is of no use to her, because she has no recollection of it, as shown earlier. Even if it remains stuck in her spiritual brain forever, she still has no eye and no ear for it, what only has the awakened spirit in her. If, therefore, the brain is properly developed out of the heart, according to my order, and the spiritual life pictures, which are a light, are engraved into the small brain boards before the material pictures, the subsequent outside world pictures are enlightened and become, in all its parts, easily understandable, and are comprehended according to the true wisdom. And this therefrom penetrating light does not only fill the entire human organism, but streams in spiritual bright rays far beyond it, and by that forms the outer life sphere, with which a person, when it in time has necessarily become more dense and powerful, can effectuate in the outer world wondrous things even without the rebirth of the spirit, as you have seen such with our Moors. If, however, the brain of a person have been developed wrongly, and on its little brain boards are only sticking matte silhouettes, for which the soul finally has to use all her life light to be able to see them and to recognize them only very superficially by their extreme outlines, the soul never can become illuminating, so that she from her abundance of light can form an outer life sphere. Only by the proper humility, by the most strongest love for God and to the neighbour, and by a special striving for spiritual things, the material pictures in the brain become illuminated and are thereby turned into spiritual objects, and the brain is thereby brought to some order. However, during its life in the body, never to such order as you have seen it with these Moors. But it doesn't matter, since one reborn from you is for me more pleasing than 99 of such nature-perfect souls who never needed penance, since my true children must grow strong from their weaknesses. Have you, my Cyrenius, understood this all quite well? And are your questions answered? (61) Cyrenius asks how the brain works. Says Cyrenius, Lord, sincerely felt and spoken, to understand this, your explanation completely right, one had to have a better understanding of the brain in the human head, since otherwise it is impossible to properly imagine the little brain boards, on which either, according to a correct manner of education, the soul-like spiritual pictures or with a bad and wrong manner of education, the material, coarse, weld pictures are drawn first, and even less so how, on such little boards, the different pictures of life are drawn. If it would please you, O Lord, since all things are possible for you, give us an example or effigy of a little brain board, from the front as well as the back of the head, so that also we can obtain a correct picture of what you yourself advised as very important to recognize. Because if one cannot have a proper idea of a matter underlying such an immensely important teaching, apparently the understanding of the whole subject must suffer because of it. Our souls, surely, are still way too lightless to properly evaluate the little brain boards according to their form as well as their functioning, or view them clairvoyantly, so that we can have the right idea about it. It is therefore necessary that we weak white souls are given at least the right knowledge of this organism of our body, on whose correct education the welfare or misfortune of man depends nearly all alone. If, as already said, it pleases you, O Lord, I would like to see one or more of these little brain boards, but also, if feasible, with the right and also with the incorrect drawings. I said, I knew that I will bring you to this point, where you recognize the shortcomings within yourself and feel a proper need for it to fill the gaps in you. And see, this your request pleases me more than another, where you nearly became angry when I mentioned that the soul of an even totally reborn person on its own will never be able to perform miracles in the physical world, like a primordial unspoiled soul can do out of herself. I in fact told you that a reborn person is able to do what I myself can do. Of course, only in and through my order of eternity. But with that, it seemed that you were not completely satisfied. But you did not consider that these primordial perfect souls also can do nothing else than what is allowable and useful within my order. Since everything, what they effectuate with the power of their soul's outer life sphere, appearing to you as wondrous, is something which is just as natural as it is natural that this earth here is covered with moss and grass, and the water of this inland sea stays in the large pit, according to its inherent gravity. If you regard both of these mentioned appearances of nature in order, and as quite natural, you will also regard it in order and as quite natural what these primordial perfect souls must be able to perform regarding their earthly life sphere, and for the land in which they are living. These Moors do have a very black skin, but in return, an even more brightly illuminated soul. To the biggest part, they also know the main organs of their inner main body's life's organism, and the tiny brain boards are also well known to them. Since their primordial souls can view their body from the inside, and if something in it is ill, they can see the location where the illness is sitting, and also of what the illness consists. With their outer life sphere, which acts very strongly in such moments, they soon find the herb, by which application the illness can be in this or that way be eliminated. Only if with them the tendons and instep veins become decayed and floppy, and thicker the blood, they believe that there does not exist any herb to counter the general ailment of the body which, because of quite natural reasons, is becoming old and weak and tired and sluggish. Then it is best that the soul provides for herself, gathers herself, and leave the body, which has become ugly and completely useless, and go, free of all earthly bonds, to the land of joy, which is located between sun, moon, and earth forever and ever. These people, therefore, do not have the slightest fear of death. However, they fear an illness of the body, because thereby the strength of the soul is most actively demanded, and the soul itself afterwards had to become weak and imperfect for some time. ch34to66. The consequences of lewdness. The Lord. However, with regard to the virtuousness of the flesh and life and a true maiden chastity, there does not exist another nation on earth which upholds this virtue more than these blacks, and to whom the vice of prostitution, lewdness, and immorality is more foreign than again these Moors. But this is also something of the biggest importance of life. Because if the white people would avoid this vice and perform the coitus only to awaken a fruit in the body of an orderly woman, I say to you, there would be not one among you who at least would not be clairvoyant. However, as it is customary among you, the man as well as the woman squanders the best forces by the often daily exhaustion of the most noble and soul-related juices of life, and therefore does not have any supply left, whereby finally a continuously intensified light could be building up in the soul. Thereby they are becoming continuously more and more sluggish and polyp-like hedonistic beings. They are seldom able of a bright thought, and are fearful, cowardly, very materialistic, moody and fickle, selfish, envious and jealous. With difficulty or not at all, can they understand anything spiritual? Since their imagination wanders always to the desire of the stinking flesh, and is not capable to elevate themselves to anything higher and spiritual. And if here and there a few people exist among them, who at least during moments without any desire of the flesh, are directing a few brief glances upwards, there immediately appears, like a black cloud in the sky, the flesh-sensuous thoughts, and cover the higher intentions to such an extent that the soul forgets about it and immediately throws herself back into the stinking pool of flesh lust. With such people, they're not seldom quite good intentions are mostly of little or no value at all. They resemble mainly pigs that throw themselves with continuous renewed avarice into the most disgusting sewage and wallow with their whole body therein, and are like dogs who with avarice eat again what they have vomited. Therefore it will be said to you in all truth that male and female prostitutes, adulterers and adulteresses, and fornicators of every kind, and all genders, will, with great difficulty or not at all, find an entrance to my kingdom. If you regard this in your heart a little too harsh, then you should try to reform such a flesh-sensuous person. Start by drawing his attention to the commandments of God and say to him, "Peace be with you. The kingdom of God has come close to you. Let go of your vice-like life. Love God above all and your neighbor like yourself. Search for the truth. Search for the kingdom of God in your heart's depth. Let go of the world and its loose matter, and try to awaken the life of the Spirit in you. Pray, search, and act according to the order of God. And you will have directed these words to completely deaf ears. He will laugh at you, turn his back on you, and say to you, 'Just go, pious fool. Do not agitate me with your stupidity, otherwise you force me to hit you in the face.' Tell me, what else would you undertake against such flesh debauchery, provided you do not hold any governmental powers in your hands? If you admonish him for the second time, you can expect an even greater offensiveness than the first time. What then? You will perform a miracle before his eyes. Will this, perhaps, open his ears and eyes? Oh, look, this he will regard as magic, and say to you, 'More of such entertaining performances.' But without any disadvantage for him. Otherwise he will attack you and fight you on life and death. And if you paralyze his limbs, he will serve you with the most hideous curses. Therefore, a fornicator is not only a sensuous scapegoat, but in his agitated state, also an evil person. He is full of the wild fire and blind and deaf for everything good and true of the Spirit. You will much easier convert a robber than a real fornicator and adulterer. ch34to66. The blessing of a procreation according to the given order. The Lord. Now, wherever lecherousness and fornication has taken root as a true soul plague among the people, preaching the gospel has come to an end. Since how could one preach to deaf ears and perform signs before blind eyes? However, where the truth is not preached and cannot be preached any more, which is the only way to strengthen and free the soul and illuminate her through and through, since the soul only can become active, full of love and also full of light by the truth. Then, from which other source should light come into the soul? And from what else than the light of truth of the soul should the outer life sphere begin to form? Where, therefore, lecherousness and fornication has taken strong roots in a nation, the people are without any outer life sphere, sluggish, cowardly and indifferently, and cannot find in anything an elevated and blessed pleasure, and do not find any delight in a beautiful form or figure any more. Their case is the mute, animal-like, desirous pleasure of the flesh. For everything else, they either have a very small or no sense at all. Therefore, above all, take care that this vice does not take root, and married couples should only do as much as it is absolutely necessary to father a person. Who bothers his wife during her pregnancy spoils the fruit already in the mother's womb, and plants in it the spirit of unchastity. Since the spirit who urges and agitates the couple to have sex beyond the natural norm, the same spirit is transferred to the fruit in an exponential manner. Therefore, this also must be very carefully be considered during the act, that firstly the coitus is not performed out of common lecherousness, but out of true love and inclination of the souls. And secondly, that the woman who has conceived should not be touched, and be left to rest for another 7 weeks after given birth to the fruit. Children who have been conceived in this orderly manner and have ripened in the mother's womb without being bothered will, firstly, come more soul-perfected into this world, because the soul in a perfectly developed organism can surely much easier care for her spiritual progress than in a completely spoiled organism, where she continuously has to repair and patch. And secondly, she herself is more pure and brighter, because she has not become impure by the lustful, lecherous spirits, which by the often daily lustful, repeated procreations in the flesh have been transferred into the embryo flesh and also the soul. How easy could a soul lift her heart already in the earliest, most tender childhood, just like Samuel, to God out of true, childlike, most innocent love. And what marvellous primordial basic signs will in this way, out of the true depth of the heart, be brightly illuminated, engraved on the young, tender brain, before any material signs, from which light a child explains to itself the right meaning and relation of the later pictures coming from the material world. Because these pictures are, so to speak, planted on a brightly illuminated and life-true ground, and are expanded and passed into individual components, as through and through clearly illuminated, and thereby easily viewed and comprehended by the soul. With such children, already from early on, an outer life sphere starts to develop, and soon they easily become clairvoyant, and everything in my order will begin to submit to their will. In comparison, what are the children already spoiled in the mother's womb? I say to you, hardly more than seemingly animated shadow pictures of life. And what is the main reason for it? This, what I amply have showed, namely the result of lecherousness. Wherever my word is preached by you in later times, this teaching should not be missing, since it works the earth and ground of life, and makes it free from all thorns and shrubs and thistles, from which no man has ever harvested any grapes nor figs. Once the ground and earth has been purified, it is easy to strew the noble seed into the furrows which have been illuminated by the light of the heart and life warmed by the flame of love. Not one grain will fall without germinating immediately and unfolding to carry a rich life fruit. However, on a wild, unclean soil, you can sow what you want, and you thereby will never achieve a blessed harvest. Since a person, carrying and spreading my word among the people, resembles a sower who took the best grain and strew it onto all the ground wherever he went. Some fell onto the dry sand and rocks. But when the rains came, the little grains started to germinate very tenderly. However, the rains soon stopped, and the winds came, and the sun's glowing rays soon consumed all the moisture of the hard ground. And by that also the tender, hardly germinated germs died, and it came to no fruit. Another part fell beneath thorn bushes, and had moisture and germinated well and came up. But only too soon it was overgrown and suffocated by the desires of the world, and thus did not produce any fruit. A part, however, fell on the path of human meanness. It did not even germinate, but was soon crushed and partly eaten by the birds of the air. That it also did not produce any fruit goes without saying. Only one part fell on a good earth. It germinated, came up, and produced a good and rich crop. This picture should serve you, so that you should recognize that one should not throw the pearls to the pigs. Above all, it says, first clean and fertilize the ground, and only then start with the sowing of the living word seed. And one surely will not have made vain trouble during the heavy work. Since during the work of spreading my living word, a good will is not sufficient. It must also be guided by the right and true wisdom of life. Otherwise, the good and firm willing carrier of my word could be compared to the prophet Biliam, whose donkey was more wise than he himself. See, you, my friend Cyrenius, In all I have told you so far, you have not really received the answer as you have requested. And in your heart, you are all the time on the verge to remind me about it. But I say to you, fulfilling your desire immediately would not have been much use to you if I had not given you this beforehand. ch34. The structure of the human brains. The Lord. But now let's see if we are able to obtain a little brain board for your better understanding. Indeed, we could obtain a couple of natural human heads from Rome by Raphael, since just now 2 main criminals have been beheaded in Rome, even on the Capitol. But with those skulls of villains, it would help us only a little, or nothing at all. It thus should happen that the angel should bring us 4 completely white and totally pure pebbles from any stream. From this, we will try to present a human brain as good this is possible with matter. Raphael, go and bring what is required. Raphael was suddenly invisible for about 7 moments long. But then all of a sudden he was again with us and placed 4 completely snow-white pebbles in front of us. This is in front of me, on the table. 2 were larger and 2 smaller, corresponding to the larger front head brain for the illuminated pictures and the smaller back head brain for the signs of sound. When the stones lay before me in the right order, I touched them, and they became transparent, like a purest rock crystal. Thereupon I breathed at them, and they parted into millions of 4-sided little pyramids, each one consisting out of 3 outer surfaces and the base surface. The 2 stones set up on my right represented the brain in a right order, and the 2 to my left, the brain with a wrong order, caused by a wrong upbringing and by other later bad influences, as it is normally the case among the people. However, there were not any pyramids visible, but alongside the few pyramids nearly all the stereometric forms, figures and types occurring in the art of measuring were visible. What could be seen even more precisely when I, by breathing at the presented brain copies, enlarged them 10 times, so that now 4 very large heaps were lying well arranged in front of the eyes of the most highly surprised disciples on the table, which Raphael rather quickly had to enlarge considerably for this purpose. I said, "Now you can look at the surface forms of all 4 brain masses separately and well distinguishable. See, here to the right, the large brain of the forehead consisting of many quite real pyramids, and also the small brain of the back head with the same pyramids. They are just 3 times smaller, but for the reception of all the air vibration figures for the soul, still sufficiently large enough. However, also look at the two heaps to my left. There are already quite a number of different forms, as mentioned earlier, and nowhere they fit properly together. Soon here and there is a hollow space and gives rise to all kinds of wrong reflections, as you will really see it happening later on. The back head, very similar as the forehead, has also 3 times smaller surface forms than the forehead. Just look at their shape. Now all are coming closer to look at the artificially in an enlarged scale presented brains formed from the 4 pebbles, where until now only the little pyramid board shapes are shown, without the inner chamber separations and without the connection of the little brain boards among each other. The Lord. When all have gathered a possibly clear concept of this, I will divide the little brain boards into chambers by breathing at them again, and will connect the little boards of each chamber according to polarity, and also the chambers themselves, and also the forehead with the back head, so that thereby the little brain boards, no matter of which type they are, can receive pictures and signs. Cyrenius cannot recover from all the amazement, and finally says, "Ah, now there is a light in me." The ancient Egyptians, who built their schools in the shape of pyramids, were most likely still primordial perfected soul people, thus inwardly full of light, and therefore could see their body's organic construction. These pyramid shapes, which are so important for the recognition of people, had to be visible to them, and therefore have chosen this shape to build their most extraordinary schoolhouses. Yes, they also would have seen and studied the construction of each brainboard pyramid in great detail, and would also have given each pyramid inwardly the same construction in the largest scale, as they have found the organic construction of the brainboard pyramids to be. Therefore, such a pyramid had inwardly such a large number of all kinds of passages and chambers, which even an already most learned person could impossibly decipher for which the one or the other was good. Lord, did I judge this correctly? I said, completely right and correct, since it was like this. And the Egyptians therefore also, especially inwardly, have drawn all kinds of signs and scriptures and pictures on the walls, which correspondingly represented all kinds of things, which man on this earth in the flesh has to go through and fight for, and how he has to recognize himself, and how true love is the center of all life. '65. Relation between the brain in the front and back of the head. The Lord. But now I will breathe at the brain heaps again, and you will see something similar to the 2 obelisks, tapered pillars, in front of the pyramids. The tapered pillars, however, were used for another purpose than the two little pillars in front of each little brain pyramid board. Since the tapered pillars were only an indication that wisdom can be searched for inside the pyramids, to which, of course, only proven purified people were allowed to enter. The two little spikes in front of the little brain board surfaces, of which each little brain pyramid contains 8, are writing pencils, which by means of the movement of specific accompanying cerebral nerves, which are connected in an extremely artistic and organic mechanically manner to the sight and hearing nerves, the little boards are either written on according to a certain order or are illustrated with still other corresponding spiritual illuminated pictures. Pay special attention to everything that will happen. We are going to fill these writing pencils with a lymph and start our observations with the orderly brain. I want it that these little boards of this brain are properly illustrated in an orderly manner, like coming from the heart, with respect to the visual as well as the hearing part. Now, all directed their eyes with the greatest attention possible to our brain apparatus. I, of course, had to create the illuminated pictures also with the material bright light. Otherwise, with the light of the soul, my disciples with their eyes of the flesh would be seeing as much as nothing. What is it that the most attentive observers can see? They observed how, from the spikes, reddish and bluish little stars spread over the little brain boards, namely in such order that a quite sharp eye from these countless little stars on the little brain boards began to observe all kinds of the most wondrous little pictures. I, of course, effectuated for this moment that the eyes of the observers for some moments became the strongly enlarged property of a microscope, which was here absolutely necessary, because otherwise the observers would not have seen a great deal of these wondrous illuminated sign pictures and shapes. The earlier tenfold enlargement of the little brain pyramids would not have been sufficient. Since they now could see the little brain boards 1,000 times enlarged, they could see quite a lot. I now asked Cyrenius what he could see, and he said, "Lord, wonder over wonder. From the very movable and from the many organs over the whole length and all over the existing pre-pyramid obelisks, there were continuously streaming a large number of little stars of a light red and light blue colour. Both the little feel horns of each of the 4 pyramid surfaces are incessantly active and travel with their spark-spraying points continuously on the pyramid surface facing them around with all assiduity and strew them with the little stars. One should think that from this apparently pointless and like accidental travelling on the 3-sided board, nothing else than a scribbling is achieved. However, like growing by itself, all kinds of proper pictures are forming and are lovely to look at. Now I notice that the 2 pillars are coming to rest once a surface has been fully illustrated. It is nearly unbelievable that these 1,000 times 1,000 signs and little pictures could have been drawn by the 2 living drawing pens on one such triangular board within such a short time. The shapes are still very small, although we can see such a surface in a full man's height. But these little pictures and little signs are so purified that one cannot imagine anything more pure and perfect. But why there are no little pictures to see on the little back brain boards, which are very similar to those in the forehead? I see nothing then pure lines, dots, and other hooked-shaped signs, which I cannot understand. What does this mean? I said, these are signs of sounds and signs of words. They nevertheless are not standing on their own, but always are connected by polarity with the surface of a little forehead brain board. And the sound or concept, which is drawn on the little boards of the back brain by means of lines, dots, and other hook-shaped signs, is in the same moment also drawn on normally the downward-facing pyramid surfaces of the forehead as a corresponding little picture, and as such presented to the soul for easy recognition. And to achieve this, a lot of nerve threads must be spun from each little brain pyramid of the back brain to the corresponding little pyramid of the forehead. Otherwise, nobody could have a clear perception of a described concept regarding a, with words, described area or activity. Inarticulate sound, also music, are not transferred. Therefore, no person can imagine a picture or anything else under a sound or under a harmony or a melody. Because, as said, such sounds are not copied onto the little brain boards of the forehead, but stay independently on a corresponding pyramid surface of the back brain, as lines, dots, and little hooks. From the with pure sound filled back brain pyramid surfaces, however, nerve threads are running through the spinal marrow to the nerves of the stomach, ganglions, and from there to the heart, which is the reason that music, when completely pure, mainly affects the heart, seizes it, and makes it not seldom tender and soft-feeling. However, forthcoming and rising from the heart, sound can still by the light of love, as the little stars, be drawn by the two little obelisks onto the little brain boards in shapes, and are not seldom true waypointers for the soul in the large halls of life of the spirit. And because of this reason, a right and very pure music can be very helpful for a soul to unite with its spirit. Therefore, learn and teach also the pure music, like once David pursued. That a purest music can do this, you can also derive from the fact that you can place on the same locality enemies and friends, and then resound among them the purest music. And instead of the enemies, you will see only cheerful friends. However, this effect is only brought about by the purest music. And impure and dirty music effectuates exactly the opposite. You have now seen how also sound on a detour still can be presented to the soul as something visible, although not as material pictures, but still as higher spiritual shapes in the forms of all kinds of signs, as one can also find similar ones on the old memorials of Egypt. I think that what have been presented so far should be quite clear to you, and therefore I will not add anything to it, except that all this only occurs in a well-arranged and unspoiled brain, fed by the orderly pre-developed heart, where the little brain boards are firstly illustrated with the light, with all kinds of soul-like and spiritual shapes. ch34to66. Connection of the sense organs with the brain. The Lord. Since we now have observed and understood this quite important preliminary work, we must, to understand the matter fully, also direct a few glances to this: how finally also the soul impregnates onto the same little brain boards the pictures from the material world. Look here. The pictures coming through the eyes should also be impregnated into the little brain boards. I want it, and it happens. Look now at especially the pencils or obelisks in front of the two surfaces, how they suddenly have become very dark. It looks like if they have been filled with a very dark juice. And see, already all of us, while speaking, are drawn line by line onto the little brain boards, alongside the trees and everything else what we can see. But not only unilaterally and dead, but three-dimensional and like alive. Every movement we make is here like thousand times reproduced. And still an earlier, or also 1,000 earlier positions stays recorded in the inner chambers of the pyramids, always visible to the eye of the soul, because it is always illuminated by the spiritual soul-like light. And this gives effect to what we partly call memory and partly call recollection, since it is recorded inside the brain pyramids. This, however, is multiplied by way of a multitude of reflexes, in such a way that one can carry one and the same object uncountable times in oneself. In this manner, every person carries in his soul, and still unpronounceably more in his spirit, the whole creation from the largest to the smallest, since it has been taken from there. If he looks at the stars, or the moon, or the sun, all this is anew drawn in his brain organs in the manner shown to you, and the soul looks at it and is quite pleased about it. And what has been seen is along the way of a multitude of reflexes engraved according to the right desire of the soul, into the inner and most inner of the little brain pyramids. Of course, in a significant smaller scale, and can always be found again by the soul and perfectly looked at. All signs from the sphere of the outer world appear on their own as dark pictures, but the illuminated pictures from a better life sphere are standing behind them, and thereby they also, in all parts, are sufficiently illuminated, so that the soul, in her innermost composition, can look, study, and understand them. In addition, the forehead brain is continuously mainly connected to the smell and taste nerves, like the back brain with the general feel nerves. They also leave on specific little brain boards certain markings, from which the soul immediately and very easily recognizes how, for example, the one or other flower or ointment smells, or how this or that food, fruit, or this and that drink tastes and also smells. Since the construction is as such that each little smell and taste board is strictly connected by very sensitive nerves to one or other little object board. As soon as a known smell gets the smell nerves moving, it at the same time represents itself on the corresponding smell or taste board. And from there, the corresponding object board is immediately excited, and by that, the soul quickly and easily recognizes with which smell or taste she is dealing with. In the same manner, the occurrence, in shape and composition, by which a feeling has been stirred, is represented to the soul by the general sense of feel of the back head. However, all this only takes place, as shown here, with a highly ordered brain. With the other disorderly brain, we will find here and there nearly no distant resemblances with this orderly brain, of which we soon will convince ourselves factually and practically. You will observe this second brain in its table construction, and the irregularity of the main and secondary chamber divisions, as already a mixture of all kinds of stereometric shapes, among them discs, bowls, spheroids, and other mushy lumps. The obelisks in front of the surfaces are mainly not visible, and where they are still visible, they appearing like completely atrophied and are seldom of any same size and strength. How can such a brain be useful to any soul? This brain, like it is presented to you now, came, because of reasons shown to you, as already wrecked out of the mother's womb. We will soon see which course it will follow regarding the usual worldly education, and to which end and destination it will lead. All of you, pay close attention to it.